Chapter 567. After all, it was risky for him to kill Zhuoxiao Duo. It was better for him to let the others do it first. After the enemies were killed, he could take Zhuoxiao Duo's head from the others. It was better not to take risks if he could. After all, Zhuoxiao Duo's bodyguards were very likely to be two high-level shadows. It was impossible to guard against such a person and such an opponent. He had to be careful. How did this kid dig such a long tunnel? Someone muttered. That's right. We've already traveled a few hundred kilometers, right? Besides, there's no movement in front. Could it be that the kid ran in another direction? Could this tunnel be a smokescreen? Two of them had suspicious looks on their faces as they discussed in a low voice. However, everyone heard them clearly. Almost everyone curled their lips in disdain. These two idiots. Do they think they can trick us with such little tricks? Wasn't this too fucking naive? Along the way, with everyone's cultivation, they could tell that there were no other traces of excavation on the cave walls. In other words, Zhuoxiao Duo did not open another path. There was only this tunnel. This also meant that Zhuoxiao Duo's final destination was in front of them. These two bastards are trying to use such a cheap trick to trick so many people. One of them snorted and said, "If you think Zhuoxiao Duo has gone somewhere else, go ahead and hunt him down. No one is going to stop you." The two of them did not say anything and continued to rush forward. If you don't believe me, then so be it. But we will not go out. Now, the biggest possibility was that Zhuoxiao Duo's final destination was the end of this tunnel. But this tunnel is really long. I think young Master Zhuo is planning to stay here for a long time. Until he survives this disaster. I have to say, he is a man with a lot of tricks and ideas. The further they went, the more cautious they became. In this kind of situation where it was completely dark and there was loose soil in front of and behind them, everyone felt a lot of pressure in their hearts. Therefore, someone could not help but speak. When someone spoke, someone else responded. That's right. If those four people hadn't discovered that tree hole, it would have attracted a lot of attention. The entrance to the tunnel is in a tree hole hundreds of miles away. What a genius! Who would pay attention to an ordinary tree hole that an ordinary bear hibernates in? What a talent! These people were actually praising Zhuoxiao Duo, as if they really admired this young man. Their ultimate goal was to completely kill this young man in exchange for their own benefits. Although everyone was cautious and on guard at all times, their speed was not slow at all. After all, the core of their goal was to find Zhuoxiao Duo as soon as possible and take him down. Only then would there be any follow-up. Along the way, many people talked and discussed with the people around them from time to time. They tried their best to make themselves seem familiar with the people around them. However, everyone knew that their words did not match their hearts. Gradually, they were about to reach Zhuoxiao Duo's final destination. Be careful! The person at the front warned in a low voice, which almost made everyone fall to the ground. The large area of soil here is unusually loose, much worse than before. There should be another passage here. Even if the person at the front did not say it, everyone could feel it. They had already spread out a large amount of divine sense to search the surrounding environment bit by bit. Otherwise, how could they be at ease with the person at the front? No one would ignore the preemptive strike of the person at the front after discovering Zhuoxiao Duo. After a successful strike, he quickly fled. However, at this time, while everyone confirmed that the environment was very different from before, they also felt a sense of crisis. It was as if there was something horrible here. It was secretly spying on them, like a tiger watching its prey. There's an ambush indeed. Everyone sensed this and felt relieved. Their journey here had been so smooth that it had already made everyone suspicious. How could there be no ambush? Previously, everyone was sure that Zhuoxiao Duo had someone protecting him, and there might be more than one person. How could they not make a move? They must be preparing a big move, right? He would give everyone on his side a ruthless blow and create chaos so that Zhuoxiao Duo would have the time to escape. At this moment, this vague and terrifying aura appeared, and everyone was relieved. They knew it. As long as it appeared, it was better than being paranoid. We have so many people here, do you think we're afraid of you? The 76 people carefully searched the area. There's no passage here. There's no passage here either. The soil is very dense. It's the same here. It's only on this side that the soil is loose. It seems that Duo is still moving forward, but his helpers are waiting in front, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. After everyone was sure, they finally began to move forward again. Someone suggested, the people at the front don't seem to dare to move forward, why don't we change people? The people at the back naturally agreed, but how could the people at the front agree? If they let you go to the front, would it be my turn to take the reward? It was not easy to get such a good position, and they were looking forward to striking first. How could they give it up? The closer they were to the front, the more silent they were and the faster they walked. Everyone had their own concerns, and they followed with their heads down. However, the more they walked, the more obvious the feeling of oppression was, and the stronger the sense of crisis was. Why did it feel so dangerous? He was facing a peerless, ferocious beast. However, it had already come to this point. Who would be willing to back down? The Golden Mountain was right in front of them. Retreat? That would be a joke. They couldn't retreat even if they died. Not to mention the reward, they couldn't afford to lose their face. On the ground. The huge centipede was getting more and more anxious. Are these little insects sick? They must be sick, right? First, that little thing from before dug a hole under my feet for so long, and I was already very magnanimous, okay? Why did so many suddenly come in this time? Every one of them has a clear goal, and they're obviously here to destroy my nest. What do you want to do? Could it be that the little thing at the beginning was to scout the way, and was prepared for these people? Then what these people want to do is too obvious. They're bullying the centipede too much. Do they really think that I'm so soft? This is intolerable. The group of people underground is getting closer and closer, and they're not slowing down. They're still walking in? Looks like they're here for me. No, I'm going to explode. I'm so angry, so angry. Just at this moment that the people below stepped on the chain landmines set by Duo without any warning. The person at the front stepped on it and only heard a light crack. He felt that something was wrong and lowered his head to touch it. What did I step on? The people behind him scolded, are you going or not? Why do you have so many bad habits when you're walking at the front? No, back down. The person at the front was an expert at the early stage of the God-reigning realm. He was one of the strongest in this group of people, and when he heard the criticism, his temper was definitely not good. He turned his head and scolded, what's wrong with me investigating? Why do you have so many problems? If you're not happy, let's fight one-on-one. Let's fight one-on-one then, I'm not afraid of you. Sun Chao, my hands have been itching for a few days. After this, no matter who gets the reward, we'll definitely get together and have some fun. Let's see if your life is tougher or mine is tougher. I'll definitely keep you company. Do you think I'm scared of you? At this moment, an extremely ferocious aura arrived brazenly, as if it was descending from the sky. Master Centipede above couldn't stand it anymore. It's too close. The purpose of this group of people is obvious. Be prepared to pay the price for provoking me like this. Once he made up his mind, he quickly rushed over here. When this overbearing aura rushed over, everyone here shuddered. The person at the front instinctively took his foot back and got into a fighting posture, and his right hand had already taken out his weapon from the space ring. Then, just as he moved his foot away, boom! A deafening explosion came from under his feet. The landmines exploded. Everyone's expression changed. They became more vigilant and protected themselves with their gang chi. After the first explosion, dozens of landmines exploded one after another. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Smoke rose everywhere. The entire tunnel collapsed, and everyone was smashed into the ground. To be fair, this series of explosions seemed to be rumbling, but in fact, the power and lethality weren't that great. They couldn't hurt these people at all. Even the weakest nascent soul cultivator was the same. It was just a sudden change that made everyone unable to react in time. As long as they had a dozen breaths time, it was enough for them to regroup and stabilize the situation. However, the main point of Zhuoxiao's arrangement was never about lethality. His main point was to create a certain degree of chaos. It should be known that the last section of the tunnel had no quality at all. It was inevitable that it would collapse under the series of landmines. What's more, this movement would completely ignite the ferocity of the centipede on the other side. It would make the two sides completely confront each other, and there would be no room for negotiation. This arrangement of landmines was really ingenious. It calculated the people's hearts meticulously. Well, there was also the beast's heart. As the landmines exploded one after another, an extremely ferocious aura seemed to have been stimulated by something. It covered the top and attacked with great momentum. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. There was indeed an ambush. There was an expert. Zhuoduo was really insidious. The hidden dragon was really prepared. Everyone roared together and attacked at the same time. Countless sword chi, saber chi, fist chi, and palm chi converged endlessly and launched a strong counterattack. Since they were destined to face each other head-on, what else did they have to worry about? There was only one word, which was to fight. With a boom, they rushed up. Chapter 568. The explosion just now only caused a huge commotion, but to these experts, they weren't injured at all. It was just a momentary disturbance, really nothing more. The 76 experts attacked at the same time, and their counterattack was earth-shattering. The entire ground was instantly pierced through. With a loud boom, a large amount of soil directly rolled up from hundreds of miles deep into the ground and rushed into the sky. No one knew how high it would fly. As for the 76 figures, they soared into the air like demonic gods. Under the pull of their auras, everyone soared into the sky as though they were riding on clouds. Everyone reacted quickly, constantly borrowing the surrounding soil to fly, trying to save their physical strength as much as possible. Everyone knew that the other party had already attacked. As long as they reached the ground, this battle of life and death would begin immediately, and it wouldn't end until one of them died. Who dared to be careless? Even though there were many experts with tyrannical strength and absolute confidence in winning, everyone's hearts were never united. What if there was a situation where one of them died instead of the other? It was necessary to preserve their most complete combat strength. On the ground, that huge centipede was directly enraged. It had just rushed over, wanting to confirm the situation and see if it had to attack. Unexpectedly, a loud boom came from below, and the ground shook. Even its huge body trembled a little. It was this trembling that made the proud and arrogant centipede king fly into a rage. Anger filled its heart, and it couldn't restrain its anger. This group of ants actually dared to attack first. Were they trying to intimidate this king? This was simply a great humiliation. Without any hesitation, it smashed down with its claw, easily penetrating the soil layer. I'm going to flip this soil layer open, catch all these little bugs, and eat them one by one. I won't let any of them go. I'll turn all of them into feces. Who asked you to provoke this king? This was the consequence. This was the price. However, just as he started to dig, he realized that the entire ground had flown up. An abnormally tyrannical force burst out from the ground and came over forcefully. Boundless and ferocious murderous intent suddenly erupted. At the same time, the ground thousands of meters around shook. The unexpected turn of events came so suddenly that the centipede queen, who was completely unprepared, was directly pushed away. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long and weighed more than 50,000 kilograms, fell backward. If it was a human, it would probably just squat on the ground in a sorry state and nothing else. Instead, it was a centipede. Although there was nothing else, it was even more pathetic. Even if it was just a little bit embarrassing, it was already a great humiliation that a realm king could not bear. Needless to say, the centipede queen's 1,000 long legs were facing the sky, revealing its white belly. The centipede queen's fury instantly reached its peak. Its fury burned through the 9 heavens and soared to 80,000 feet high. You have successfully angered this king. This king announces that I am angry. Or had he reached the peak, becoming hysterical? The centipede queen flipped over and lay on the ground once more. The moment its feet touched the ground again, its ferocious eyes stared ahead. The group of ants was about to come out. They were coming out. They must be here to deal with me. Otherwise, how could they be so arrogant? The centipede queen only had one thought left. It must let this group of insects who overestimated themselves know how powerful this king was. They had to pay the price for what they had done, the most painful price. It would not rest until one of them was dead. It must annihilate this group of insects. Boom. The ground flipped open. 76 people flew out in a hurry and landed on the ground beside them. Each of them held a weapon in their hands and swept their cold gazes around, trying their best to find traces of the enemy. They stood tall and firm, with the demeanor of an expert. All of them felt the strong poison in the air at the same time. The antidote pills in their mouths were instantly chewed. However, such a cool pose only lasted for a second before it was disrupted by a cry of surprise. What is this? 76 people were stunned. Just as they came out of the ground and saw the light, it was no longer so dark. They could see with their naked eyes again. While everyone heaved a sigh of relief, they looked around and realized that it was right in front of them. It was right in front of them. What was this huge thing? It was more than 10 meters thick and more than 100 meters long. It had more than 10 to 20 meters long claws all over its body. There were at least 1,000 of them. What kind of plaything was this? The moment his gaze landed on them, everyone was scared out of their wits. They were not stupid and could recognize that it was a centipede. But the question was, how could there be such a huge centipede in this world? Then, everyone found out about another thing. Something bad had happened. They did not have time to think. At this moment, they moved together and leaped into the air. Everyone looked like they were ready to attack, but there was only one word in their hearts. Leave this troublesome place quickly. I'll leave this troublesome place to the other fellow Taoists. Their actions and thoughts were completely opposite. In the eyes of the centipede queen. Fuck, this group of ants is planning to attack me from the air. It opened its huge mouth and condensed a green-colored poisonous fog. At the same time, its huge body also leaped high into the air. Those densely packed long legs were like super-sharp swords as they attacked. Puff, 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 puff. In just a single exchange, a total of 18 people were pierced through by his claws. All of them were brought back under his feet and stepped on. Those who were hit let out shrill screams, but their bodies were pierced through like swords and claws, and they could no longer escape. In a moment, the horrifying poison spread all over their bodies. Soon, they all turned into a pale green color. Blood kept flowing out of their 7 orifices and wounds. Although they were still struggling, everyone could see that these 18 people were finished. There was no chance of survival. The remaining people were all swallowed by the green poisonous fog. The centipede queen's gigantic body carried the 18 experts who were still screaming miserably as it spun in circles like a dragon. Everywhere it passed, the experts screamed miserably as they were hit and fell to the ground. Light shone in all directions. More than 30 experts performed the move of becoming one with their swords and slashed at the centipede queen's long claws. If this tactic worked and cut off the centipede queen's claws, they could naturally turn the situation around. At the very least, they could fight for a chance to escape. However, countless divine weapons imbued with vitality slashed at the centipede's claws. The result was only sparks flying in all directions. For this huge centipede, they basically did not cause any damage. The reason why it was probably because there were many places on the centipede's legs where the disgusting long hair had been cut off. However, many people were pushed down by the centipede. Its sharp claws still pierced through the bodies of those human experts. The landing points were unusually accurate, all piercing through their soft stomachs. Then, it brought them back and placed them under its feet. At this time, 7 royal god experts also performed the move of becoming one with their swords and attacked together. Join hands. Hungry Ghost, whose lips were even paler than usual, roared and attacked with all his strength. The Hungry Ghost General had gathered all of his cultivation into his sword. The sword light was 400 meters long. The magnificent sword light swept across. With a light cracking sound, the centipede queen roared at the sky. One of its front claws was actually cut off by this sword light. This was the first time it was injured in so many years. And the first time it was injured, its leg was broken. Although it had more than 1,000 legs, but now one of its legs was cut off by Zhao's ants. Wasn't this a great humiliation? The centipede queen's anger burned even more. It roared at the sky. Its huge body was crazily motionless. 1,000 legs attacked together, and its 2 antennae suddenly waved. The poisonous fog in its mouth had already turned into poisonous liquid and was crazily spewing out. Bang 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 bang. One after another, human experts died under the centipede queen's feet. Of the 7 royal god experts, 3 had already been killed. The vitality of royal god experts was even more astonishing. Even if their bodies were cut in half from the waist to the abdomen, the upper body was still struggling to crawl, wanting to leave this place. However, the skin and face of the heavily injured body, as well as the broken limbs and internal organs, were all pale green. That was because the poison had entered the body, and there was no cure. Now, even if the world's most advanced nutrition cabin was here, immediately putting the broken body into it, together with the world's most advanced healing pills, it would still be useless. Although Hungry Ghost and the other 3 royal god experts were lucky not to be injured and still had the strength to fight, they couldn't help but tremble all over. The hand holding the long sword had already cracked, and their eyes were fixed on this crazy king of star beasts. Their faces were all green and green. Obviously, they were also poisoned, but they didn't dare to slack off, and they didn't dare to run. The centipede queen in front of them firmly locked onto the 4 of them with its spiritual power. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster. Yes, now only these 4 people were left. 76 people came in together, and the other 72 people were already lying on the ground. The first few corpses had already started to melt and turned into pus. Furthermore, one could see just how terrifying the poison was. With a sudden sound, a long leg flew over like a whip from the sky. The 4 of them roared together and raised their swords to block. With a loud bang, the 3 of them spat out blood and retreated. The other person's long sword was struck, and a streak of sparks flew out. It shot straight into the sky, and no one knew where it landed. The centipede queen's huge body moved slowly, and its 2 bulging eyes were full of coldness and cruelty. It moved slowly and slowly coiled into a big circle. As for Hungry Ghost and the other 3, they were all trapped in this large circle. Their faces were ashen, and they were in despair. They were dead for sure. There was no need to guess anymore, and there was no chance left. Now, unless the top few experts in the world came, there was still a chance to save their lives. For example, after all, they were dealing with Zhuoxiao duo, and it was related to Chief Nan. Chief Nan might come. If Chief Nan came, this centipede to him, even if it wasn't a piece of cake, it would be easy to deal with. But Hungry Ghost and the others didn't dare to think so. Even if Chief Nan came, it was more likely that he would join forces with this centipede to kill the 4 of them. Why would he save them? Wishful thinking. Chapter 569. The giant centipede curled up into a circle and stopped moving. It didn't attack the 4 of them anymore. It just curled up, looking lazy from head to toe. But it had no intention of letting the 4 of them go. You want to live after chopping off one of my legs? Don't even think about it. Slowly suffer, slowly wait for death. It's best if some more ants come and watch you die. Let the ants see the consequences of provoking and infuriating me. In this way, I'll kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and no one will dare to offend me again. The huge commotion here naturally attracted the attention of many people, including Yi Chongqing, Grandma Shi, and the others. When they heard the landmine explosion, they immediately determined that this was definitely Zhuoxiao was doing. They rushed over as fast as lightning. As for the others, they all had similar thoughts and hurried over. This commotion must be Zhuoxiao's discovery. Mine. It's mine. Some of them even exchanged a few moves with the people around them on the way here. Wait, someone's expression changed? Don't go forward, it's the poison mist valley in front. The 10,000-year centipede queen's territory. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed and they stopped moving forward at once. Looking at the green poison mist in front of them, they could hear the sounds of fighting in the mist. They could not help but stomp their feet anxiously. Yi Changqing was burning with anxiety. He stepped out of the crowd and stepped into the sky, shouting, "Open!" He suddenly waved his sleeves. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Gusts of hurricanes were stirred up by his sleeves. Seeing this, everyone was enlightened and followed Yi Changqing, casting their spells to create a large gust of wind to blow away the poison mist. At this moment, there were thousands of desperados gathered here. But everyone expressed their heartfelt admiration for the people who were still fighting in the thick mist. Compared to you, how can we be considered desperados? You are. They would rather fight in such a poisonous atmosphere than to gain any benefits. This spirit of risking your life. TSK, it's worth learning. It's just that. Even if you get Zhou Xiaoduo's head, can you come out alive? Even if he could come out, would he be able to survive? Howling gales continued to blow in. The enormous strength of no less than 4,000 to 5,000 experts had reached a certain level. In less than 3 minutes, all the poisonous fog in the poison mist valley had been blown away, and all of it had been sent to the 9th heaven. That it could be imagined that the poisonous fog would turn into clouds, and a rainstorm full of poison would start to fall from an unknown place. If they were in the sky above the city, then the consequences would be unimaginable. But now, no one could think of any of this. Only the highly skilled hidden dragon Zhang Xiaofei was reporting on his phone under Yi Changqing's instructions. Southern Governor, there's a poisonous fog that soars into the sky. It's being blown up by the astral winds and goes straight up to the 9 heavens. I'm afraid it'll turn into clouds and turn into a poisonous rainstorm. I hope that Southern Governor can inform the guardians of the major cities. Once you discover this kind of cloud, immediately use the power of the shield to shift it towards the wilderness. The poisonous fog was still growing in the middle of the poison mist valley, but the large area of poisonous fog had already disappeared. At least, it was not enough to pose a threat to these people. Everyone was impatient. One by one, they took the antidote pill and rushed in. Especially the group of highly skilled hidden dragon cultivators, they were the first to enter. But just as they rushed in, they had only taken a few steps when they all stopped in their tracks. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Have you seen a centipede before? Have you seen a centipede that is bigger than a building? I have one here, right in front of me. I'm so excited. Like hell. Yi Changqing looked around anxiously, searching among the dozens of corpses. Don't let there be Zhou Xiaoduo. Don't let there be Zhou Xiaoduo. Don't let there be one. Don't look for him, that kid isn't here. When Xingtian grinned and whispered into Yi Changqing's ear, the situation is very clear now. That little bastard must have made a trap to lure some of the people who were chasing him here and fed them to the centipede. The explosion just now, if I'm not wrong, was caused by the last batch of firearms you gave him, those landmines. When Xingtian gave him a thumbs up. Boss, I'm truly impressed by you today. You really made the best use of people and things. You could even think of this point in advance. Really. Admirable. The corner of Yi Changqing's mouth twitched subconsciously. What he said was very reasonable. But the truth is, when I gave him the landmines, I didn't think of this move. That if he really used the landmines as a bait, then Zhou Xiaoduo would definitely be fine. No one would stay in place and wait to be blown up after planting a landmine. He immediately relaxed and laughed. This little bastard is really a ghost horse. At this moment, a shrill cry of surprise rang out. Third brother. Everyone saw that the terrifying centipede had formed a large circle, and inside the circle, there were 4 humans with faces full of despair. Although these people were still holding weapons in their hands and seemed to be alive, everyone could see that. The 4 of them were done for. There was no hope for them to survive. And the one who cried out just now was the leader of the 3 ghosts of Yellow Spring, Hanged Ghost. At this moment, Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost were trembling all over, their eyes fixed on Hungry Ghost, who was trapped in the centipede circle in disbelief. Their eyes were full of pain. Don't come over. Hungry Ghost shouted loudly, I can't do it anymore. Don't come over. The centipede poison in my body has already penetrated deep into my heart and organs. Even if I'm rescued, I won't survive. Big brother, second brother, I'll leave the rest of my life to you. Hungry Ghost's sorrowful voice came from afar. At this moment, the other 3 people were also recognized, and instantly there were cries of surprise. The cries on the other side also attracted the attention of the giant centipede. The giant centipede straightened its body, which was as tall as a 3-story building, and stared at the people in the distance with its ferocious eyes. Its mentality spread out, and it was a little obscure, like a stuttering person who did not know how to speak. This is result provoking. This king. Field. The giant centipede seemed to feel that its words were not fluent enough and did not have enough deterrence, so it actually created 2 echoes. It meant that even the mountains echoed for this king. Am I awesome? The giant centipede straightened its neck and upper body, looking down at the group of human ants in front of it arrogantly. In this world, this king is the only king. Green poisonous fog spread out from the giant centipede's mouth and body, rising into the sky in spirals. Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost's eyes were anxious and sorrowful, and their hearts felt like it was being stabbed by knives. Seeing his brother about to die in such a hopeless situation, this feeling of helplessness was really driving him crazy. Hungry Ghost's voice was filled with hatred. Big brother, second brother, you have to be careful. Everyone here, be careful too. All of this is a trap set by that despicable brat, that bastard Duo. It's that bastard who set up such a dangerous trap and lured us here. To let us fight the centipede king. Big brother, second brother, this little bastard is vicious, despicable and cunning. You have to be careful. Hungry Ghost shouted in despair. The biggest regret in my life is that I can't kill Duo. Big brother, second brother, kill him for me. Kill him. Kill him. Hungry Ghost had never seen Duo in his life. Although they were not far from each other, he did not see his real face. However, at this moment, at the moment when his life was coming to an end, the person he hated the most was undoubtedly Duo. He hated him so much that his internal organs were about to explode. I've been in the martial world for so many years, and I've always been the one to trick others. I've never been tricked by anyone before. Today, I've been tricked to death by this bastard without even meeting him face to face. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Hanged Ghost gritted his teeth and said venomously, "Third brother, don't worry. I'll definitely help you kill Duo." Ha! When Xingtian laughed loudly. You're really a toad yawning. What a boastful tone. Kills Duo? Have any of you asked for my opinion? Something that was born but not raised by anyone. If a hungry ghost were to die here today, it would be very satisfying. No, he should have died too late. Good death. Die a horrible death. Ha! Hanged Ghost's snake-like eyes turned around. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He said word by word, Wen Xingtian, you're courting death. Wen Xingtian laughed loudly. What's the point of just using your mouth? If you're so capable, come over here. I'm not looking down on you. No, I'm looking down on you. You're a coward, an idiot who should have been cut into pieces. Come over here. Come over here now. Will Master Wen just stand here and play with you? Come over here. Do you dare? You idiot. He was already so angry that he was about to explode when these people came to kill his student. Now, how could he have anything good to say? If not for Yi Changqing holding him back, Wen Xingtian would have already rushed over. Now, a few words of cursing was nothing. He could just curse whatever was vicious. Hanged Ghost was so furious that his eyes were about to bleed. Wen Xingtian, is this the duty of the Hidden Dragon Martial School to be a model teacher? How can you speak so crudely? Wen Xingtian said disdainfully, fuck your mother. A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be called a Hidden Dragon Martial School. Being a model teacher is for humans. Towards animals, even if I speak crudely, I'll still find it disgusting. Hanged Ghost was so angry that he was panting. Wen Xingtian, fuck your mother. Hanged Ghost, Wen Xingtian, fuck your mother. Ha. You're just an idiot who doesn't dare to come over after seeing your brother die just like that. Hanged Ghost was so angry that his lungs were swollen. But now, he really didn't dare to go over. Of course, the Hidden Dragon Martial School had more than 20 people. They were strong and well-trained, and could be said to be the strongest in this group. Many of them had cultivation levels that were not below his. Even if there was a slight difference, it wouldn't be by much. As long as he went over, he would be surrounded and beaten mercilessly. Not to mention that there was also Yi Changqing among them. Well, to say that they were surrounded and beaten was the lightest. It should be said that they were surrounded and killed in one fell swoop. How would Hanged Ghost dare to go over? But opposite him, this Wen Xingtian's mouth was too vicious. Update complete. Requesting votes. I'll continue writing tomorrow's update. Chapter 570. At this moment, hearing Wen Xingtian's profanities, Hanged Ghost was so angry that his intestines were about to explode. However, he did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. He could only open his mouth and curse back at Wen Xingtian. All kinds of profanities came pouring out like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, stopped cursing. He pointed at him and laughed loudly. Everyone come and see. Hey, who brought their phones? Quickly record a video for him. Our sworn third brother is about to die. Look at how excited Hanged Ghost is. After cursing for so long, there was not a single word repeated. What kind of human nature is this? Why don't you call yourself a ghost? You really have no sense of shame. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaofei and the others behind him had already taken out their phones and started recording when Hanged Ghost started cursing. They were not just recording Hanged Ghost alone. They were recording everyone present, whether they were masked, in disguise, or in their original appearance. These people were the lifelong enemies of Hidden Dragon High School. At the same time, they were the trial targets of Hidden Dragon High School's graduates. Hanged Ghost had an inexplicable thought and suddenly stopped talking. However, he was still fuming. Soon after, he said loudly, "Friends, our purpose here is the same. It is to kill that Zuoxiao duo. However, this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School is obviously here to protect Zuoxiao duo. Our positions are completely different from theirs. We are natural enemies. Now that the enemy is in front of us, how about we attack together and kill this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School first? We have to attack sooner or later anyway. If we want to kill Zuoxiao duo, these people from Hidden Dragon High School won't just stand by and watch. Once we are separated, we may be defeated by this group of people one by one. Don't you think this makes sense?" Hanged Ghost shouted loudly. He wanted to turn everyone present into an alliance and join forces to deal with Hidden Dragon High School. It had to be said that his words were realistic and not alarmist. Many people were moved by his words. Although this group of people from Hidden Dragon High School was the strongest force present, when compared to everyone else, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They were not on the same level. There were too many people. However, Wen Xingtian was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and pointed at Hanged Ghost happily. He looked around and winked. "Did you guys see that? This guy was scared. The leader of the Yellow Springs 3 Ghosts, Hanged Ghost, is afraid. The Yellow Springs 3 Ghosts, what a great reputation. Now, the third brother is about to die, eaten by the centipede. And boss was so scared that he looked like a grandma. You actually want others to fight for you? Hanged Ghost, aren't you embarrassed? Where's your demonic temperament? What about your reputation in Jianghu? Could it be that they were all called out? You're screaming so loudly that it's like you've been bullied. It's not nice at all." Wen Xingtian's laughter shook the heavens and the earth. On the other side, Hanged Ghost called out several times, but no one said a word. Not only did no one make a sound, but everyone also looked at him as if he was an idiot. It seemed that this Hanged Ghost had really gone crazy. Besieging a hidden dragon martial artist? How could you say that out loud? We're not stupid. It's true that Zuoxiao duo is a student of Hidden Dragon Martial Artist. It's also true that these people from Hidden Dragon Martial Artist came to protect Zuoxiao duo. It's also true that we're enemies. However, this is different from everyone joining hands to besiege the hidden dragon martial artist and even killing all of them. Our target, from the beginning to the end, is only Zhuo Duo alone. If Zhuo Duo appeared now, we would go up and kill him. The people from Hidden Dragon Martial Artist wanted to protect him and started a fierce battle, and we killed them. But now, without Zhuo Duo appearing, we directly killed the people from Hidden Dragon Martial Artist. These are two completely different things. The former can be said to be a personal grudge, a personal standpoint. There are rules in the underworld, and King of Hell Palace makes the decisions. The latter is for no reason and will cause endless trouble. Most importantly, our main purpose here is to offer a reward and not to deal with the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist. This is something that we have to be clear about. The reason for dealing with Zhuo Duo is because of the reward from King of Hell Palace. That's why we're here. We can even face the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist for this. But without this premise, directly facing the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the country. Who can bear the consequences of this? Killing Zhuo Duo will at most be chased down by the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist. But killing many of the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist teachers will lead to the pursuit of all the strong people in the country. This is the difference in the results. You Hanged Ghost, you're not trying to kill all of us, are you? Hanged Ghost's eyes were about to split open, but he couldn't do anything. His face was getting more and more embarrassed. He wanted to leave, but his brother was still in a desperate situation and was still looking at him. Although everyone knew that there was no hope. But if he left now, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the Jianghu in the future. Thousands of people were watching with their eyes wide open. Among these thousands of people, other than the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist group, the others were all people with no bottom line. No, when the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist group was dealing with him, they also had no bottom line. If he turned around and left, then this Hanged Ghost, his sworn brother, is struggling in a desperate situation, and he turned around and left. It's fine to watch his brother die, but he actually turned around and left. This Hanged Ghost, it could be imagined that this kind of talk would definitely spread throughout the world. This kind of result, even if it was a shameless person like Hanged Ghost, he would still be forced to death. Your Hidden Dragon Martial Artist student is not here. Wen Xingtian, why aren't you leaving? Be careful that your disciple is killed. Hanged Ghost said viciously. Wen Xingtian said with a smile, no hurry, no hurry. No matter what, I have to see this big show end first. If I can't see the third brother of the Huangquan 3 ghosts die in front of me, I can't leave no matter what. Such a good show, how can I not enjoy it? Hanged Ghost, you also don't want to leave? Don't tell me you also want to be like me, waiting to see the end of this big show? Hanged Ghost's clenched teeth voice traveled several miles. Wen Xingtian, just you wait, I will definitely kill you. Drowned Ghost roared. At the Hidden Dragon Martial Artist's side, the teachers all looked at Wen Xingtian with a strange expression. No wonder Zhuo tongue was so sharp, extremely despicable. So this was the root of it. It was all Wen Xingtian's teachings. Really. Like teacher, like disciple, from the same lineage. Now they had finally found the source. Wen Xingtian, this despicable person, had already reached a certain level, unfathomable, superb, but in the future, they would not dare to provoke him. Even if they did, they would definitely greet him with their hands. When it came to words, he was not good. If Wen Xingtian knew what others were thinking, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Then, he would remember who he had been infected by. What did it mean by like teacher, like disciple? He had been led astray by that kid, okay? In this aspect, that kid was the real expert. Well, like teacher, like disciple, it was not wrong, on the other side. Hungry Ghost was now on the verge of death. Big brother, second brother, don't watch me die, I will die miserably. The giant centipede was getting more and more impatient. It raised one of its legs and lashed the 4 of them with its whip. As it lashed the whip, it straightened its body and looked coldly at the human ants in the distance. Did you see that? If you dare to come over again, you will end up like this. The 4 people in the centipede circle struggled to get up. Suddenly, they roared in unison, raised their weapons, and charged toward the giant centipede. This was a true charge to the death. This was a battle without any hope. The giant centipede's 2 tentacles moved and already tied the 4 people up. The 4 of them were already on the verge of death. How could they have any strength? The so-called charge just now was because they knew it was hopeless and did not want to embarrass themselves in front of others. They wanted to die quickly. After being trapped by the 2 tentacles, the giant centipede stuffed them into its mouth. With a crunch, it had already bitten the 4 people into 2. Then it spat them out. However, the 4 of them were completely dead. Then, the giant centipede straightened its body and turned its head. Its cold eyes continued to look in their direction. Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost closed their eyes as their hearts were cut by a knife. Third brother was dead. He died miserably. There was no way to collect his corpse. The giant centipede did not leave and continued to flaunt its strength. Everyone could only watch from afar. Seeing that the 4 people were dead and that Duo was definitely not nearby, many people turned around and left. After a while, Yi Changqing waved his hand and the group of people from Hidden Dragon High School turned around and were about to leave. Before when Xingtian left, he did not forget to call out, "Hanged Ghost, your brother is dead. Don't forget to collect his corpse. Let me tell you, it's fine if you just watch your brother die. The situation is stronger than you and you can't do anything about it. However, if you don't even want to collect his corpse, I will look down on you from the bottom of my heart. Of course, I have never looked down on you." When Xingtian laughed loudly, "Hanged Ghost, if you don't dare to collect your brother's corpse, I will look down on you even more. However, I believe in you. You will make me look down on you even more." Hanged Ghost directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were about to crack as he panted heavily. He could clearly feel that his liver was already swollen from anger. There was actually such a despicable person in this world. This when Xingtian was simply endless. These words were clearly saying that he was dead and that he did not dare to collect Hungry Ghost's corpse. However, seemed like he really did not dare to go to Drowned Ghost raised his head and looked into the distance. Hungry Ghost's corpse had already been split into 2 and was silent. His eyes were filled with grief. "Boss, what should we do? Are we really not going to collect third brother's corpse?" Hanged Ghost almost spat out blood again. "With that centipede there, how can we collect it? Won't we die together if we go over?" Drowned Ghost hesitated for a while and said, "Then let's wait for a while. When that centipede leaves, we will go over?" Obviously, Drowned Ghost did not want to be accused of not collecting his brother's corpse. Speaking of which, who would want to carry such a reputation? Chapter 571. It's too late. Third brother was poisoned too deeply. Now that he's gone, his body will turn into pus even faster. There's nothing we can do. Hanged Ghost sighed sadly. Then he patted Drowned Ghost's shoulder and dragged him away forcefully. In the distance behind them, a long laugh sounded. "Ah, one of the 3 ghosts is missing today." The boss Hanged Ghost and the second Drowned Ghost left without collecting his body. Jianghu said, "It's a long story. Everyone, if you become sworn brothers in the future, remember not to find someone like this." Hanged Ghost finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked into the distance with fire shooting out of his eyes. "I'm puzzled. Are you done yet? Isn't it enough for you to say it to my face? We've already gone dozens of miles and you're still chattering there. When Xingtian, you're actually a fucking woman. Fuck." The Hidden Dragon High School people had walked 200 miles, but when Xingtian was still laughing at the top of his lungs. The others' faces were all twisted. Just a few words and that was it. Why was there no end to it? Speaking of which, everyone was used to being a role model and was used to being a good teacher. They always cherished their reputation and were used to being sanctimonious. They really weren't used to when Xingtian today. But Yi Changqing, who should be speaking the most, didn't stop him, which was rare. Because he knew that when Xingtian was using this method to tell Duo, "We're here. There's a lot of people here. If you can't hold on, come over here." But Yi Changqing's heart was heavy now. Just this Centipede Valley incident alone had gathered thousands of people. And this force was the people he had brought with him. They were definitely no match for it. If Zhou Xiaoduo didn't show up, they wouldn't dare to attack the Hidden Dragon High School people. But if Zhou Xiaoduo showed up, it would give them a reason to attack. If they didn't show up, they would be Jianghu people facing the government. If they showed up, they would become a group of hunters facing their prey and their prey's bodyguards. Don't underestimate this conceptual shift. The former could mobilize the entire continent to hunt down all the participants, while the latter could only capture the murderer at most. This was a completely different matter. Don't split up to avoid being defeated one by one. Yi Changqing instructed in a low voice. If it really comes to a critical moment, I'll take the 100-fold pill alone and escape with Zhou Xiaoduo. At the very least, we need a few people to sacrifice themselves to stop the pursuers. Everyone was expressionless as they lightly nodded their heads. They didn't seem surprised at all. Regarding this point, after seeing today's lineup, everyone was mentally prepared and knew what to expect. It's just death. It's no big deal. Compared to our comrades who were buried on the battlefield, we have already lived for many more years. We are content. When Zhou Xiaoduo came out of the exterminating space pagoda, it was already nighttime. Furthermore, it was only after he had finished compressing his true core strength for the second time. Before he came out, he naturally sent Xiao Long to inquire about the situation. He only came out after confirming that it was safe. How is it? They're all dead. Xiao Long wagged his tail. The 76 people who chased us earlier are all dead. They were all killed by that giant centipede. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. I didn't say that. These 76 people are dead, but where are their space rings? Xiao Long was stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this. Let's go back and take a look. Zhou Xiaoduo was exasperated. Long, let me tell you. In this world, what is the best wealth to make? It's the wealth of war. What is the easiest wealth to make from war? It's the wealth of the dead. What is the least psychological burden to make from the wealth of the dead? It's the wealth of the enemy's dead. You see, these people came to kill me. The reason why they died was largely because of my design. Therefore, their belongings should be my spoils of war. This kind of causality is very reasonable, isn't it? It's a complete waste to ignore it. If I help them digest it, I believe that they will be grateful to me even in the underworld. Xiao Long was suddenly enlightened. He didn't expect his boss to be so compassionate. In order to make the dead feel at ease, he was so considerate. It seems that my thinking is indeed a little narrow-minded. Xiao Long immediately went back and came back after a while. Most of the corpses have decayed, but the rings and other things are still on the ground. Some of them are buried deep in the soil and are scattered. Xiao Long was very observant. That centipede doesn't want these things. There are also many weapons over there. Where's the centipede? Zhou Xiaoduo asked with sparkling eyes. The centipede is still there. It hasn't moved, Xiao Long said. But Zhou Xiaoduo was immediately discouraged. What's the use of saying it if it's still there? But I think the centipede is definitely going to leave. It's definitely going to return to the mountain wall. Xiao Long said attentively, that centipede has been guarding the treasure for many years under the mountain wall. It's about to mature, so it will definitely go and guard it at a close distance. After all, this place is more than 200 miles away from the treasure. It won't be at ease, so there's no point in staying here. Zhou Xiaoduo was relieved. He heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Then I'll wait for a while. Zhou Xiaoduo thought in his heart. There seemed to be a lot of good things in this place. There were a few star beast kings here, so no one would come here. Moreover, I seem to have forgotten something important. You mentioned that centipede just now. What is it guarding? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel curious. Xiao Long was stunned. Then, you want to snatch it too? He would really die if he did. You're thinking too much. I'm not that eager for quick success. Zhou Xiaoduo said very innocently, I'm just a little curious. Xiao Long started to fantasize. He said, actually, the thing that the centipede is guarding is really a good thing in the true sense. It's not like the things guarded by tigers and snakes. They're very ordinary. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Tigers and snakes also have things guarding them? Xiao Long said, in fact, this kind of star beast king is basically an ordinary star beast at the beginning. It's just that by chance it ate something good. And then it slowly grew up. It's similar to the human beings who got lucky and obtained natural treasures and achieved great things by different means. For example, that saber-winged tiger over there was originally an ordinary saber-winged tiger, but now in its body, there are remnants of the ancient demonic tiger's inner core that hasn't been completely digested. It must have eaten a little bit of the ancient demonic tiger's inner core, so it has today's realm and strength. Zhuoxiaoduo said, "Oh, I see." He had to cooperate. Otherwise, it would be awkward for Xiao Long to talk about it alone, and it would be boring. The reason why it's called a little bit of inner core is because the saber-winged tiger's foundation is shallow. Even the highest level mutated saber-winged tiger can't bear the complete ancient demonic tiger's inner core. That's why only a very small piece can withstand it. The same principle applies to astral beasts. Zhuoxiaoduo said, yes. Xiao Long said, but just this piece of inner core is enough for this saber-winged tiger to be reborn. It activated the demonic tiger's bloodline and formed the tiger demon's inheritance. I think it must have cultivated some kind of magical power of the demon clan with the help of some fragmented memories in the inner core. As a result, its body became bigger and bigger, and its strength and cultivation also increased. It became the demon king today. Zhuoxiaoduo said, yes. Xiaolong, I secretly rolled my eyes. Do you really understand? Yes. What the hell are you saying yes for? But he didn't dare to say this out loud. He just continued to talk. And that Snake King and the Centipede Queen. They basically had the same opportunity. Xiao Long said, as everyone knows, not only did the demon clan exist in this continent a long time ago, but the ancient heavenly court was also established by the demon clan. Back then, the demon emperor unified the universe and ruled the world. The entire continent was ruled by the demon clan. Those demon clan experts naturally emerged one after another and looked down on their peers. Although the demon clan separated from the continent and hasn't returned to this day, there are bound to be many undiscovered demon clan inheritances on this continent of astral souls. Or the remains of the ancient great demon, or some fragmented inner cores. And these are great opportunities for the star beasts on the continent. They are unparalleled fate. As long as you can find them, at the very least, you can improve your cultivation, be reborn, and enter a whole new level. If you're slightly better, you can even activate the ancient great demon's bloodline and obtain the inheritance memories. Cultivating the demon clan's cultivation techniques, you can expect to reach the great Tao. Zhuoxiaoduo said, that's right. Xiao Long secretly rolled his eyes again. Star beasts at the Demon King level are usually more willing to wander around. That's because they have innately sharp senses and can sense the remains of their ancient great demon clan ancestors. Once such a demon king suddenly stops at a certain place, there's basically no other reason than that there's something good nearby that it needs. And the things these demon kings need are basically the things mentioned above. Xiao Long took a deep breath and said, there are actually 3 demon kings in the Star Beast Forest in the Starlight Mountain Range. And they've been here for a long time without leaving. It's inevitable that there's something fishy about it. The sword-winged tiger over there is guarding the remains of a tiger clan ancestor. The remains of the ancestor have merged with the spirit spring and absorbed the moonlight all year round. It's slowly refined and grown into 2 pieces of heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. That was refined from a complete skeleton. This saber-winged tiger cannot directly fuse with and refine it. It can only wait for this heavenly tiger moonlight ointment to ripen and consume it. Using this method, it can obtain the inheritance of the great demon from back then and evolve its bloodline again. And the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is about to mature. It should be in the next few days. So, that sword-winged tiger over there won't leave no matter what. It won't move even if it's struck by lightning. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes flickered. He muttered, heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Hearing the name already made his heart itch. It was very itchy. Chapter 572. Although from the name, he knew that he would not be able to use it. However, this desire to have it, to own it, and to sell it for money was out of his control. What a pity! Zhuoxiaoduo sighed gloomily. Heavenly Tiger Moonlight Ointment. How infuriating! Why not the heavenly being Moonlight Ointment? As for the other side, the white snake is guarding something similar. However, it's the soul crystal of an ancient great demon snake. It's a spirit plant fruit that has been nurtured by the earth chi for so many years, the snake soul fruit. It also matures during this time. After the snake king consumes it, the effect is similar to that of the saber-winged tiger consuming the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. This will also be one of the few great opportunities in the lives of the two demon kings. Do you think the two demon kings will easily leave the place they have guarded for so many years? Xiao Long sighed and said, however, the two things that the Tiger King and the Snake King are guarding are not as valuable as the one that the centipede is guarding. What do you mean? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. In the mountain wall that the centipede is leaning against, there is a complete corpse of a one-horned flood dragon. Xiao Long was a little envious and said with glowing eyes, that is the corpse of a flood dragon that has awakened the bloodline of a true dragon. It is only one step away from the final transformation to grow two horns on its head and transform into a true dragon. The most important thing is that its inner core is intact. As for creatures like the centipede, it has the bloodline of the dragon clan. However, it is very shallow and is not very useful. Even if the centipede king evolves over the years and improves the bloodline of the true dragon, it is still not useful. And this flood dragon corpse has been sealed here for many years. It is nourished by the chi of heaven and earth and gradually produced 3 dragon soul ginsengs. Now the dragon soul ginsengs are still in the transformation stage. It is symbolized by a ball of rolling mist. When the moon is full and the moon is in the sky, the dragon soul will participate. At that moment, it will transform and condense into a substance. And at that time, it can be consumed. This centipede has been guarding here all this time, waiting for that day. As long as it consumes it, it will be able to activate the thin dragon god bloodline in its body. After that, it will accumulate and continuously awaken its bloodline. With its current foundation, it is not impossible for it to truly transform into a true dragon in the future. Xiao Long's words were full of admiration. The dragon soul ginseng is so awesome that it can be used repeatedly? Zhuoxiaoduo was completely shocked. Of course. 3. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes were like bells. His eyes widened. Not only are there 3, but the inner core of the flood dragon's corpse is still there. After these 3 mature, as long as they accumulate enough spirit chi, they will be able to continue growing. Xiao Long was a little greedy. It's really hard to say exactly how many times it can grow. Long, tell me honestly, is this dragon soul ginseng useful to you? Zhuoxiaoduo touched his chin. It's useful, Xiao Long said, but I'm a luck dragon. No matter what, I can't absorb the power of the spiritual medicine or the bloodline. What I can absorb is the true dragon luck attached to the spiritual medicine, which can accelerate my growth. Is that thing useful to humans? Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes lit up as he asked. It's useful too. Although humans can't awaken the true dragon bloodline or the special magical powers of the dragon clan, it can increase their cultivation and strengthen their physique. The dragon soul part can also strengthen astral souls. Xiao Long pondered and said, a dragon soul ginseng can increase the cultivation of the person who consumes it by at least 2,000 years. If it's used to refine pills, it can also divide the medicinal power and slowly increase it. Zhuoxiaoduo was thoughtful. In that case, if he took that ginseng back, first, he would let Xiao Long absorb its luck. Then, whether it was refining pills or eating it directly, he would benefit greatly. This was a double benefit, a great benefit. If that was the case, wouldn't it be a waste to let the centipede use this thing? Not to mention that the centipede was so ugly. How could it be worthy of such a strange thing? Xiaolong stole a glance at Zhuoxiaoduo and murmured, this dragon soul ginseng's ability to increase one's cultivation base is different from those pills that recover one's cultivation base. Recovering one's cultivation base is limited to these, so it can only recover this much. But the dragon soul ginseng increases at the original high point. It's a different situation. Hiss hiss hiss. Zhuoxiaoduo began to suck in cold air like a snake. He felt his scalp go numb. I don't want to listen anymore. If I listen anymore, I won't be able to sleep. Go and see if the centipede has left. Get what you can get first. We'll talk about the rest later. After drooling for a long time, Zhuoxiaoduo finally suppressed the greed in his heart with difficulty. This centipede really couldn't be provoked. Zhuoxiaoduo, you can't be provoked. You can't be provoked. Zhuoxiaoduo kept reminding himself. He twisted his legs, twisted his arms, and bit his lips. Finally, he woke up. The most important thing now was to get what he could get first. As for the rest, he would think about it later. It was not until nighttime that Xiao Long came back to report. That hateful centipede had finally returned to the bottom of the cliff. During this time, Zhuoxiaoduo took apart a lot of clothes, countless thin threads, and changed them into Xiao silk rope that was more than 100 meters long. Zhuoxiaoduo was very cautious. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Zhuoxiaoduo carefully rubbed the silk rope, making sure that every thin rope was slender but flexible. Don't hate the tedious things. Don't think it's too much. There's a great demon king over there. He can easily blow this silk rope. That's why we need to make a few more, just in case. Don't be impatient. There are 76 space rings over there. There's a huge amount of wealth in those 76 space rings. Just those few god-reigning cultivators alone are extremely rich. Zhuoxiaoduo's expression was solemn, and his voice was serious. Xiao Long was a little confused. He said, "Who are you talking to? You look like you're trying to persuade me, but I don't need you to persuade me. I'm talking to myself. Who do you think I'm talking to?" Zhuoxiaoduo's face was full of annoyance. "Try it. You have to take apart a few sweaters, and then you have to connect more than 100 meters long silk rope. Try it and see how complicated it is. Damn it. If I hadn't been doing this work for myself, persuading with all my heart, persuading with reason, moving with emotion, enticing with benefits, and threatening with power, I would have quit long ago. Is this even a job for humans?" Zhuoxiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. This really isn't a job for humans. Why didn't I prepare some sky silk, ice silk, soft silk? I could have prepared a few kinds of random ones. There's no need to be so fragmented. After he finished speaking, his face was full of sadness. Maybe we don't need so many. We can get them all back with just one silk rope. Xiao Long comforted him. But what if we can't? If we lose half a space ring because of one silk rope? I won't be able to sleep. My heart will ache. Zhuoxiaoduo said sternly, "Think about it. Think about those priceless spatial rings lying in the mud all by themselves. No one knows about its rich contents. I feel that it's not worth it. I feel wronged for it. My heart aches, I can't bear it." Xiao Long didn't say anything. This was simply a money grubber. He was speechless. He was really speechless. Let him be. Is Centipede gone? He's gone. He confirmed it 3 times. Then let's go too. Let's go. Zhuoxiaoduo was ready to set off in high spirits. Now was the time when no one dared to go over. Even if the other 2 of the 3 ghosts of Netherworld wanted to collect the corpse of Hungry Ghost, they wouldn't dare to come over at this time. Correspondingly, it was also the time when Centipede's vigilance was at its lowest. Besides, if he went over alone with a low cultivation level, he would be the least likely person to arouse Centipede's anger and interest. Right? That it was still the same tunnel. Zhuoxiaoduo carefully went in and took a roundabout route like a burrowing mouse. The tunnel had been dug a long time ago, so he was naturally familiar with it. Even though it had been collapsed by landmines, the foundation was still there. After sneaking for 2 hours, he arrived at his destination. Strictly speaking, the collapsed tunnel didn't affect Zhuoxiaoduo at all. On the contrary, it was more convenient for him. His entire body was wriggling gently in the messy soil as he floated upwards. His soft body wriggled here and there like a snake. In the collapsed underground, he slowly but persistently crawled upward, fighting for that wisp of golden wind. Duo took a longer time to crawl to the surface than when he came. It took him 4 hours. Finally, he was 50 feet away from the surface. His head was full of soft mud that had just collapsed. Duo gasped for breath. After all, he had been doing this for 6 hours. How could he bear it if he didn't have a strong waist? On the ground, in the mud, or just on the surface, one space ring after another sparkled. As for the human corpses, under the strong effect of centipede's poison and after such a long time, they had already turned into thick water and disappeared without a trace. Under the cliff, the centipede lifted its head. Its cold eyes were filled with impatience. Another little worm came over. Looking at its movement trajectory, it was like a snake. Its movement trajectory was actually similar to his own habits. He really wanted to ignore it. But why was this little thing pupa not done yet? Was the speed of the snake clan so slow? It was simply useless. What was the point of living if it crawled so slowly? One of its antennae whipped the ground with a snap. Suddenly, the ground shook. The annoying little snake stopped moving at once, as if it was frightened by itself. However, after only 10 minutes, the snake started moving again. Pupa crack. Another whip. It stopped moving again. After a while, it started again. It happened again and again. Centipede Demon King almost laughed out of anger. Chapter 573. The Centipede King was exasperated. You're not done yet? Why are you so persistent? Forget it, I'll let you out. But who would have thought that this abominable snake would actually stop when it was about to reach the ground? Fine, you can stop now. Nothing happened after half an hour. The Centipede King was so annoyed that it couldn't be bothered with it anymore. At this moment, a thin thread quietly appeared on the ground. It slowly slithered all the way to the nearest space ring. The whole process was silent, like a hidden trace. The Centipede King laid its head on its body and pretended to be asleep. It didn't notice this at all. The movement was too small. The silk thread finally reached its position and slowly wrapped itself around a spatial ring that was buried in the soil. It slowly retracted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Centipede King raised its head and shook its neck, then lowered it again. Duo concentrated on pulling back. He was very excited. It was a subtle feeling of catching a big fish. His hands were very steady, and he did not slack off. However, his heart was trembling, and his eyes were filled with nervousness. Closer, closer. The centipede didn't move. It was within 30 meters. It was within 20 meters. 10 meters. Pa. The thread broke. The space ring lay alone 10 meters away. The giant centipede accurately flicked one of its toes and stopped the space ring 10 meters away. Duo broke out in cold sweat. Fuck, what's going on? Was I discovered? This is only the first space ring and I've already been discovered. What should I do? Do I have to give up? Duo didn't dare to move for a long time. He was afraid that the next moment he would be killed by the sharp claws. After a full hour, the centipede still didn't move. The sky was already bright. The greedy Duo didn't want to give up. He used another thread and extended it 10 meters away. It had just wrapped around the space ring when it broke again. Fuck. Duo was pissed. You're awesome. You're eyeing this one? Then I'll choose another one that's more hidden. Thus, half an hour later, another thread that was more than 100 meters long quietly emerged from the ground and wrapped around another spatial ring in the soil. Pull back. Pull back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was getting closer and closer. Only 10 meters left. I'm about to succeed. Duo held his breath. Pa. The line was cut. The line was cut again. Seeing this, Duo almost collapsed. If you don't want me to move, then just don't let me move. I went through so much trouble and finally got within 10 meters of you before you cut me off. This is the last time you cut me off. What are you trying to do? Are you toying with me? The centipede really didn't care about these rings, but it was really bored right now. The spiritual medicine was about to ripen, and it couldn't sleep. What if it fell asleep? It just so happened that this little thing was causing trouble. Therefore, It squinted its eyes and teased it casually to pass the time. Plus, it was payback for being annoyed for half the night. It could tell that this little ant wasn't a little snake. It was a human ant like before. This ant was obviously interested in these small circles. It wanted them, but it was reluctant to give them up and kept trying. Although I have no use for these things and don't care about them, I won't let you get them so easily. Zhuoxiaoduo was extremely depressed in his heart. 2 rings in a row had been intercepted 10 meters away, and both of them were stuck at such a close distance. He could see everything, but he couldn't get his hands on it. This kind of feeling of being on fire in his heart was simply too disgusting. He wanted to leave this sad place far away, but he couldn't bear to. It was such a good opportunity, with a lot of wealth in front of him. How could he leave now? The centipede had only cut the rope twice in a row. It was obvious that he had noticed him, but he didn't do anything else. Obviously, he didn't want to bother with him because he wasn't a threat. But what's the meaning of this? Are you kidding me? Zhuoxiaoduo frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he couldn't suppress his greed and decided to try again. It was the last time. Yet another thread began to spread out bit by bit. The target for the 3rd ring was a very obvious, sparkling spatial ring. The silk thread was hooked. He dragged it back. Whoosh, whoosh, close. Only a few steps left. Only 12 meters left. He stopped. Well, there was no movement. So he continued to drag. 9 meters, 8 meters. He got it. The centipede didn't even bother with the 3rd ring. It was easily taken by Zhuoxiaoduo. Could it be that this centipede doesn't care? Zhuoxiaoduo muttered in his heart. Since he wanted to try again, he would continue to try. The 4th ring hooked, dragged, whoosh. He got it. The 5th ring, he got it. The 6th ring. Closer, closer. Only 10 meters left. Snap. The thread was broken. This made Zhuoxiaoduo feel so uncomfortable that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If he didn't succeed in the previous attempts, it proved that the centipede king was very possessive. It didn't allow others to covet its trophies, regardless of whether they were useful or not. If that was the case, Zhuoxiaoduo would have no choice but to leave. If he continued to provoke the other party, who knows when a fatal disaster would befall him. However, the current situation was that after a total of 6 attempts, he had successfully obtained 3 of them, but the other 3 were all stopped 10 meters away from him. Is there something wrong with this centipede? He didn't want to leave. He didn't dare to go out and take more. What was he trying to do? Whatever. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Zhuoxiaoduo made up his mind and stretched out the silk thread one by one. Zhuoxiaoduo spent 2 nights and 1 day searching for 76 rings. 36 of them fell into Zhuoxiaoduo's pocket. As for the other 40, they all stopped 10 meters away from him. They were all gathered together and piled up into a small mountain of rings. The interspatial rings were sparkling, continuously provoking Zhuoxiaoduo's greedy nerves. I'm going crazy. I'm going to die. Zhuoxiaoduo felt so depressed that he had nowhere to vent. He was about to explode. This centipede is too despicable. The mountain of gold is right in front of me, but I can't get it. What kind of feeling is this? What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Just as Zhuoxiaoduo was burning with anxiety and cursing the centipede's ancestors, the sound of something rushing through the air suddenly came from above. A ghostly figure rushed down at an astonishing speed, faster than lightning. His target was the small pile of interspatial rings on the ground. It turned out that Zhuoxiaoduo was not the only one who was thinking about this pile of rings. Sure enough, it was true that money could move people's hearts. Many people were willing to risk their lives for it. Thousands of people gathered here, and 99% of them were bounty hunters. There were more than 70 experts whose interspatial rings would not melt. How could they, who worked for money, forget? They had been lurking outside for a long time, but they did not dare to act rashly. After confirming that the centipede had gone back, many people quietly crept over. They came over to take a look. The rings were actually piled up into a pile, just like that, piled up messily on the ground, sparkling. What's the meaning of this? At least the centipede didn't want these things, right? Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and rushed down. Just as this person's hand was about to grab the ring, a long tentacle suddenly shot over and pierced the person's lower abdomen with irresistible force. Following an earth-shattering scream, the tentacle retracted, bringing the person with it. That person dared to pull the whiskers out of the tiger's mouth. He was also a person with a high cultivation. He was injured but not dead. He screamed all the way, which was tragic. Unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy and swore, it was of no use. Soon there was silence. With a crisp sound, another interspatial ring shot out from the darkness and accurately landed on the pile of rings. Thus, the 40 rings became 41 rings. Those who were ready to make a move outside all felt their hearts stop beating, and their heads were covered in cold sweat. Zhuxiaoduo's heart almost stopped beating as well, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Damn it. That was a cloud transformation realm cultivator, right? Was it gone just like that? Zhuxiaoduo's little face was pale with fright. Forget it, I don't want the rest, okay? I already have 36 rings. It's not a small number. More is more. However, just as Zhuxiaoduo had the intention to retreat, and even put it into action, he wriggled his body and quietly moved downwards and backwards. That, however, just as he moved 3 meters downwards and 1 meter backwards, he suddenly felt that his body was confined, and he couldn't move at all. A ferocious and vicious aura had firmly bound him. You want to leave? No way. I haven't played enough. Zhuxiaoduo felt cold all over. He only felt that the strand of energy that was entangling him was both unfamiliar and familiar. His mind was blank. He knew that he shouldn't be so greedy. He was done for. The centipede queen was a little depressed now. It was extremely bored, and it had already fallen in love with the feeling of the long rope quietly stretching out. It was like teasing a mouse, and when you carefully and fearfully pulled back, when you were about to reach it, it suddenly cut off the fragile rope. This feeling could only be described with one word: cool. Again, cut it off again. Happy. The centipede queen observed the depressed expression on the little mouse's face with its divine sense. It was angry but didn't dare to speak. That the centipede queen felt that it could play like this for 8 to 10 years. At least before the treasure it was guarding appeared, it didn't have to worry about loneliness. However, just as it was getting better and better, and was about to develop a new round of fun games, another ant rushed down and wanted to steal its source of happiness. How can this be? Fuck. This is simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll just poke you to death with my tentacles. You're thinking too much, aren't you? You want to steal from me? You want to steal from me? Then try it with your life. However, after stabbing this fellow to death, the centipede queen discovered a very frightening thing. This sudden change frightened the little mouse below. He actually stopped dragging it with the rope and wanted to run away. The centipede queen couldn't help but feel anxious. Chapter 574. What am I going to do if you run away? It's not easy for me to find someone to relieve my boredom. How can I just leave like that? I've been here for so many years. I'm so bored, okay? A surge of demonic power gushed out and directly imprisons Zhuxiaoduo. Don't go. Play with me. When I'm done, I'll stab you to death. Zhuxiaoduo didn't want to play anymore. He didn't want to be stabbed to death even if he didn't play. I'm here to make a fortune from the dead. I don't want to become a dead man. However, no matter how many thoughts he had, he couldn't put them into action. He couldn't move at all. The centipede queen imprisoned him for a while and then released him. Zhuxiaoduo felt that he was free. He wanted to escape, but he was imprisoned again as soon as he moved. Zhuxiaoduo was dumbfounded by this series of events. Fuck, what the hell are they trying to do? Is it toying with me? Is it threatening me? Or is it trying to torture me and ravage me? The demonic power was gone again. Zhuxiaoduo moved, and the demonic power came again. It was gone again, and it came again. That Zhuxiaoduo was so scared that his guts almost split into 8 pieces. Boss, please let me go. I won't come again. I won't dare to do it again. That, however, the centipede queen obviously didn't hear Zhuxiaoduo's words. Even if it did, it wouldn't let him go. They had different goals. Of course, the strong would be respected. Well, the symbol of the strong being respected was vividly displayed at this moment. The two sides were in a stalemate. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the centipede queen would attack him. The centipede queen was waiting for Zhuoxiaoduo to move, and then it would move. After a long time, neither side moved. The centipede queen was also anxious, so it demonstrated. A surge of demonic power surrounded Zhuoxiaoduo. Then, Zhuoxiaoduo realized that his demonic power had taken control of his hand. Then, he grabbed a broken rope beside his hand and stretched it out with a jerky motion that he hooked a ring. He dragged it back. Looking at the ring that suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhuoxiaoduo was dumbfounded. What's the meaning of this? You're not letting me go because you want to give it to me? Then, he saw that the remaining 40 rings in front of him were all moved away with a whoosh. That's right, it was moved away. He moved more than 100 meters away. It was still a pile. The demonic power that was entangling him also disappeared. The centipede queen watched the commotion with anticipation. This rat should understand, right? I've already made it so obvious. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned for a long time. He grabbed the ring that the centipede queen had hooked from the rope and looked at it for a long time before he finally understood. Damn it. Does she want me to secretly hook the ring with the silk thread again? Are you playing? It was not that Zhuoxiaoduo was not smart, or sensible. At this moment, if it were anyone else, it would be hard for them to guess what the centipede queen was thinking. Wasn't this too weird? Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. I snuck all the way here just to make a toy for you? This was a disguised version of the cat catching the rat. No, it was the cat playing with the rat. After playing with it to its heart's content, it would crush it to death with a slap. At this moment, there was a whooshing sound in the sky. Another two figures, one on the left and one on the right, rushed to the pile of rings on the ground at the same time. Separated by more than 30 meters, two faintly discernible threads were flung out at the same time. This time, the people who attacked had learned their lesson. We won't go down. We'll just sweep past and use the flexible silk to plunder a wave and leave. We'll plunder as much as we can. These two people's configuration was much better than Zhuoxiaoduo's. They used spiritual silk, which was fine, thin, and extremely flexible. It was an excellent material that could carry 1,000 pounds of weight. However, the two tentacles followed, and they were faster than lightning. Papa! The two threads that looked like ordinary threads were cut off. Then, poof poof, the two tentacles stabbed into the abdomen of the two people at the same time. Blood spurted out violently. Then, just like before, the two people returned with the tentacles. Then, with two crisp sounds, two more space rings were added to the pile of rings. 40 rings. First, it became 41 rings. After giving one to Zhuoxiaoduo, it became 40 rings. Now, there were two more rings and it became 42 rings. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes widened when he saw this. Because he was imprisoned by his demonic power again. Not only was he imprisoned, but he also raised his hand and slapped himself twice. The sound was crisp and clear. Of course, it was the centipede king who slapped him. Little guy, hurry up and start. If you don't start, I'll hit you again. Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to cry but had no tears. He had to force himself on her and continue his great undertaking of collecting rings. Unfortunately, I have a long-term concern. Even if I prepared a lot of silk threads, after 2 nights and 1 day, I've already used half of them. How long can the rest last? So that Zhuoxiaoduo held his breath and laid down on the ground. Then he pretended to be concentrating and sneakily extended a thread. Using his spiritual power, he made the most exquisite microcontrol and extended it towards the pile of rings 100 meters away. The silk thread swam and swam, extending forward bit by bit, seeing that the fun game had started again, and that the silk thread was more agile than before. The centipede king was very satisfied. Just like that, it continued like that. Then, it squinted its eyes and curled up its mountain-like body. It put on a lazy look, as if it didn't see anything. A lazy look. As expected, the silk thread caught one of the rings and began to drag it back. Dragged up when it reached a distance of 10 meters. Broke. The centipede king howled excitedly to the sky. Just like that, come again, come again. Zhuoxiaoduo only felt an indescribable tightness in his chest, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Damn, it's really like that I can fucking hear the excitement and joy in your howl. A whole 4 hours. Zhuoxiaoduo tried to steal it, but he was intercepted. In between, it didn't seem like he didn't succeed once. Instead, he succeeded 8 times. However, that was because the centipede queen purposely let him get it. It was to give him some benefits. Without benefits, he wouldn't have the motivation to continue. On the other side, people kept coming over, using all kinds of methods, hoping to get a few rings. However, all the people who tried ended up the same, and then contributed a lot of rings to the pile. Zhuoxiaoduo felt very strange at this moment, and it was filled with an almost absurd feeling. Originally, there were 40 rings, and he had stolen here and there. Now, he had obtained 9 rings, but the pile of rings didn't decrease, and instead increased by 12. Now, there were 52 rings. This Zhao's pile of rings was like a money tree, constantly multiplying and increasing in value. That the centipede king had been lonely for too long, and it had never played such a fun game. Now, as long as it saw the silk thread, it was completely focused. I can only drag it to a distance of 10 meters. A little less, a little more, even if it's just a centimeter, it'll be my failure. The failed one will naturally be taken away by that little mouse. But it'll be my success if it's cut off at a distance of 10 meters. Then, it gathered 10 rings, and with a whoosh, it moved them all back. Such a cycle was truly filled with joy. He was elated and never tired of it. It was so happy that it never got tired of it. However, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt very bad, and he lost control of his negative emotions, which were rare for him to have control of himself. He knew nothing about how the centipede king played, and all the things he got were the so-called benefits, or even illusory illusions. After all, with the centipede king's strength, it only needed a thought and a tentacle to attack, and he would die, and his Tao would disappear. Zhuoxiaoduo, who was shrouded in the shadow of death, didn't notice that a centimeter more or less was a centimeter less. He was really scared out of his wits now, thinking that the other party was deliberately playing with him, and letting him get those rings was just to unlock a few more moves. Zhuoxiaoduo was trapped here, unable to move, and played the game over and over again, almost like a machine. Although the rewards were getting more and more plentiful, he couldn't move at all. If he made the slightest move, he would be restrained for a moment as a warning. Although there were many people who coveted the centipede king and the pile of small rings, and many people were risking their lives, there were even more people who were working hard to find Zhuoxiaoduo. However, the more they searched, the more curious they became. Where is this Zhuoxiaoduo hiding? Not only were the assassins puzzled by this question, but even Yi Chongqing and the others were also puzzled. With that kid's troublemaking personality, how could he be so quiet? He lured 76 people over, and all of a sudden, 76 of them died. How big of a commotion was that? Based on the current situation, at least for now, he should be fine and safe. This was basically confirmed. But where did he hide after that, and even now? How could he hide so well? It's been 3 days and there's been no movement at all? This is really too surprising. But everyone was sure of one thing, and that was that Zhuoxiaoduo hadn't left yet. He must still be in this area. This was also confirmed without a doubt. The Starlight Mountain Range, since it was called a mountain range, then it was an entire mountain range with a radius of no less than 10,000 li. Zhuoxiaoduo could casually hide anywhere, and it would take them half a day to find him. It was actually very normal that they couldn't find him now. Another scream rang out from the same place. Over this period of time, there had been many similar screams coming out from that realm. Another money grubber. When Xingtian clicked his tongue twice. It's all Zhuoxiaoduo's fault. Zhan Xiaofei, I don't like what you're saying. How can this be Zhuoxiaoduo's fault? It's obviously those people who targeted Zhuoxiaoduo for the bounty. Zhuoxiaoduo set up a trap and sent so many people over to protect himself, and they were all killed by the Centipede King. If it weren't for their greed, would they have ended up in such a miserable state? And those dead people now, weren't they also greedy for money? They wanted to collect the space rings left on the ground by the dead. Star beasts wouldn't use such things, and they don't need them either. They became trash just like that. Those who want to take advantage of them have to try. Chapter 575. I don't know what the Centipede King has done to have such a murderous nature. Those who seek riches can't get it. Instead, they left their rings there. But no matter what, this has nothing to do with Zhuoxiao Duo. It's just the setup. Up until now, including the 76 people, more than 130 people have died there. Moreover, as long as those rings are there, more and more people will go there, hoping for a fluke. These people who come here, even if they complete the mission, only a few of them will be able to claim the bounty in the end. Even if only one person gets it, the others will have to return empty-handed. But who would be willing to accept this? Now there are so many unowned space rings here. If you can get a hold of one, you'll have 2 sleeves full of gold. But to get a hold of one, you'll have to gamble with your life. The Centipede King's move is really sharp. It's simply besieging the point to beat the reinforcements, inviting them to fall into the trap. Zhang Xiaofei was very impressed. When Xingtian snorted and said, "Besieging the point to beat the reinforcements, inviting them to fall into the trap?" Zhang Xiaofei, you're just uncultured. You still need to use such elegant words? This is clearly a pile of shit placed there, attracting countless flies to buzz around. Zhang Xiaofei's martial strength was far inferior to Wen Xingtian's. He was scolded badly, but he didn't dare to say anything. A female teacher retched and frowned. Saying that it's a piece of fly paper is more elegant than what you said. Teacher Wen, you still have the nerve to say that Zhang Xiaofei is not elegant. But this setup is really good. Without using a single soldier, without any effort, more than 100 people were slaughtered. The level of the rewards is also very high. Other than the hungry ghost of the Huangquan 3 ghosts, there are also several other god-reigning cultivators. This is really good luck. But speaking of which, with so many space rings in front of them, how many people wouldn't be tempted? These bounty hunters in the pugilistic world, which one of them doesn't love money? Even I. As when Xingtian spoke, his voice suddenly became softer and softer, and his face instantly turned pale. Just then, Yi Changqing turned his head and met Wen Xingtian's eyes. Both of them saw the same word in each other's eyes. Oh no. When it came to love money, there were not many people who could compare to Zhuoxiao Duo. Others might not know, but how could Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian, who knew Zhuoxiao Duo better than anyone else, not know Zhuoxiao Duo's bad character? This guy was even willing to cheat a few $100s. Now that there was such a huge pile of spatial rings over there, how could he not go and take them? He was willing to leave? What a joke! With so many interspatial rings, even if a rope was tied around Zhuoxiao Duo's neck and 100,000 cows were used to pull him away, he would not leave. However, there was an extremely terrifying Centipede King there. Yi Changqing's face turned pale. Even if Yi Changqing went up against that Demon King-level centipede, it would be a waste. The two of them finally understood. If Li Chenglong, who knew Zhuoxiao Duo the best, was here, Li Chenglong would be able to react the moment the 76 people were lured over. But now that they understood, it only made them even more terrified and scared. Damn it! Yi Changqing was furious. He pointed at Wen Xingtian and suddenly scolded, "What the hell did you teach?" When Xingtian hung his head, feeling extremely wronged. Did I teach him to be like this? This is a secret technique passed down in my family, a stinginess that is integrated into my bloodline. Let's go back and take a look. Yi Changqing made a prompt decision. We can't all go back. When Xingtian hurriedly said, if we all go back, so many people will definitely know that we found something and speculate where Zhuoxiao Duo is now. No matter how he is now, his location will be exposed. Yi Changqing thought about it and agreed with him. So, he divided everyone into a few small groups. Everyone, pretend to be searching in different directions. Pay attention, listen to my long whistle. Once you hear it, gather at the centipede immediately. Understood. Groups of people split up and left. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian formed a group and flew toward the centipede anxiously. They knew that the situation had come to an end and thought that Zhou Xiaoduo had left that troublesome place long ago. They had traveled more than 1,000 miles in a short time. If they wanted to rush back now, they would not be able to do it in a short time. Not to mention Yi Wen and Wen Xingtian. Moreover, they could not rush. They had to pretend to be searching anxiously along the way that the two of them flew quickly. Suddenly, they saw a figure in front of them. He laughed and said, "Brother Yi, long time no see." Yi Changqing didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He and Wen Xingtian whistled through the air and shouted, "Tian Wujiang, you dare to follow me? Believe it or not, I will cut you in half." Before he finished speaking, the two of them had already disappeared. Behind them, only Tian Wujiang was left with a pale face. "Damn it. You are so arrogant after becoming an official. I just came out to say hello. Look at you, old man. You actually said that you want to kill me. Damn you. You are ruthless. I can't beat you. Then I will go to the other side and search." Tian Wujiang cursed Yi Changqing in his heart. However, his actions were very honest. He knew very well that Yi Changqing's heart was burning with anger. If he chased after him, he would really be able to kill him with one sword. Even if he killed him, it would be a waste of effort. Apparently, he didn't care about life or death at all. It was said that there was something wrong with his heart for many years. Normally speaking, he cherished his life even more than most people and would do his best to avoid fighting. But now that he was out in the Starlight Mountain Range, he had gone all out on multiple occasions. So far, more than 100 people had been killed by Yi Changqing. The number of people killed was almost comparable to the Centipede King. In other words, the space rings of more than 100 people all belonged to the Martial Hidden Dragon School. Not to mention the enemies killed by the other teachers of the Martial Hidden Dragon School. It could be imagined that the Martial Hidden Dragon School could be said to be the school with the most gains. Saying that it had a huge amount of wealth was modest. If you have this kind of ability, why don't you go rob people instead of being a headmaster? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian swaggered past. From beginning to end, no one dared to stop them. Those who had the ability to stop them did not want to cause trouble. Those who did not dare to stop them naturally did not dare to stop them. On the contrary, Wen Xingtian was angry. Along the way, when he saw people searching for him, he took out his butcher's sword and went down to kill without caring about anything else. As he went back and forth, he handed over 30 space rings to Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing was not satisfied. Why are there only 30 space rings after killing 50 people? Wen Xingtian almost vomited blood. These are all my personal gains. I am already very selfless to hand over 30 space rings now. Don't I have to leave some money for my retirement? Yi Changqing expressed, "What kind of life do you want to live as a 10,000-year-old single dog? Quickly hand over all of them." Wen Xingtian cursed and handed over another 10 space rings. He refused to hand over the rest no matter what. "I still have a class of students. When they graduate, I should give them some souvenirs." In the face of such a murderous star, all the bounty hunters who came basically hid when they saw people from the Hidden Dragon Academy. They had to hide. This group of people killed people on sight. The Hidden Dragon Academy was very poor. Now that they had a chance to blatantly amass wealth, how could they let it go? The moment they charged up, they immediately engaged in battle. There wasn't even a single word of disagreement. But the current situation was here. If they killed you, it would be called suppressing bandits. But if you killed them, it would be a reaction. He was so unreasonable. The Zhou Duo came out, everyone would logically swarm up and kill people from the Hidden Dragon Academy. That would be called doing it because of the bounty. The meaning would be completely different. The name would be completely different. Of course, the consequences would be completely different. Everyone was clear about this point. But the biggest problem now was Zhou Xiaoduo did not appear. If the target did not appear, they could not provoke this group of lunatics. Otherwise, they would die in vain, and there would be endless trouble after the other party died. That's Zhou Xiaoduo was making ropes. It was rare that the Centipede Queen was in such a good mood that it was actually willing to give Zhou Xiao Duo some leisure time. The more than 100 ropes that he had forcefully convinced himself to make were all gone now. Not a single one was left. Although Zhou Xiao Duo had brought out a lot of clothes, even so, he had already started to dismantle the most expensive female clothes, but he did not know what else he could use up if he had already used up the last female clothes. That Xiaolong stood by the side, at his wits' end, unable to do anything. It was really just a ball of air without a physical body, so it could not do anything. It could only watch as Zhou Xiao Duo was imprisoned by the centipede. The centipede was interested because it felt that it was even more interesting. The main reason was that the threads used now were of different colors. There were many differences in tone. The moment it entered the eyes, it was naturally very different. This line stretched out, wow, a white line. Another, wow, a red line. And another, wow, a yellow line. So interesting, so interesting. Put, break, put, break again. So satisfying, roar, roar, roar. During this period, there were still many people rushing down from the sky from time to time, trying to test it with their lives. Unfortunately, the results were regrettable. The centipede had 2 antennae and 1,000 legs. It moved as fast as lightning. No, it was definitely faster than lightning. Puff, puff, puff. Those who dared to act rashly would all stay here. What was there to be surprised about? Seeing that more and more people were tearing, Zhou Xiao Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. Now he had as many as 81 rings in his hands. It was even more than the 76 rings from before. However, the small pile on the ground did not decrease. Instead, it increased to 130 rings. No one would believe him even if he bragged about it. I went there for the 76 rings. Then, after I went there, I stole 36 rings, and there were 40 rings left. But when I stole 70 rings, there were 80 rings left. When I stole 81 rings, there were 130 rings left. People who heard him would probably ask, "Who is your math teacher? Why are you so insensitive to numbers?" Even if it was taught by a physical education teacher, it would not be so unreliable, right? Chapter 576. The centipede was so addicted to playing that he even left the mountain wall he was guarding and focused all of his mental strength on this side. Right now, he was lying in ambush in a large pit not far from the ring. This is too fun. I want to play for a while longer. I want to play to my heart's content. At this moment, another figure rushed down. The wind whistled as he came at an incredible speed. The speed of his movement technique was unprecedentedly fast. The centipede kicked out as usual. With a loud boom, that person roared angrily. His body was sent flying several hundred feet in the air. However, he was the only one alive so far. The only survivor. What was more, the centipede's enormous body also paused for a moment after the collision. This result shocked the centipede queen. Fuck. An expert has come from the side of the ants? Therefore, the next confrontation was a two-legged attack. With another boom, that person was sent flying again. However, this time he did not land. Instead, he left without looking back. Although the person was powerful, he was still no match for the centipede queen. If he was not careful, he might even fall into the centipede queen's hands. There was still no hope for him to obtain the many space rings underground, so he retreated. However, none of the onlookers knew who this expert was. However, after witnessing such a high-level confrontation, no one dared to act rashly. The scene fell into a temporary silence. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian also secretly came over during this time. After witnessing this short but explosive confrontation, they gained a better understanding of the centipede queen's shocking strength. The two of them did not dare to get too close. They tried their best to stay invisible and turn their bodies into clouds. They stayed close to the ground and floated forward. Finally, they stopped on a small protruding hill. They were about 2,000 meters away, but they did not dare to go any further. At this time, the poisonous mist began to spread again, invading every trace of the air. If they continued to move forward and hid for a long time, there was no need to talk about fighting. Even the poisonous mist would not be able to withstand it and would dissolve after a while. The two of them looked carefully at the cold and damp open ground in front of them. Naturally, he also saw the small mountain of spatial rings at a glance. Hiss! When Xingtian gasped. So many! Then he immediately circulated his energy and consumed a detoxification pill to expel the poison. Just now, he had sucked in a lot of the poison with his breath. It seemed that during this period of time, there were many people who were unwilling to be left out. Both of their expressions became increasingly solemn. Zuoxiao Duo must be here. On this point there was no need to doubt. With so many spatial rings, how could Zuoxiao Duo leave? This money grubber. The only difference was what kind of form they existed in. The first one had already turned into a puddle of pus and was left here. The second one was hiding somewhere healthy. Based on their understanding of Zuoxiao's craftiness, the second possibility was more likely. This brat's desire to amass wealth would never die. Moreover, he was crafty and cunning. How could he fall so easily? The thick fog continued to spread and howl. Gradually, it became denser than when they first arrived. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian focused their eyes and watched attentively. They were afraid that they would miss the slightest bit and be unable to save in time. The other side was still quiet, as if there was nothing. However, about 10 minutes later, when Xingtian gritted his teeth. Look over there, next to the pile of rings. Is there something moving? Yi Changqing hurriedly looked over. He saw that under the shiny pile of rings, there was actually a thin red thread. Yes, it was very thin. If the red thread was too bright, even with their eyesight they might not be able to notice it. Although the red thread was almost undetectable, if one looked carefully, they could still see that it was crawling forward and spreading in an extremely agile manner. Then, it climbed onto the pile of rings. The tip of the thread skillfully hooked onto a ring and then pulled it back. It was already stretched taut, but it was more obvious and distinct. The tied ring was gradually pulled out. It rolled and rolled on the ground silently. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. It was actually pulled out tens of meters in no time. Yi Changqing's face was completely green. If not for the environment, he would have already cursed it out loud. There was probably no other person in the world who could do such a thing apart from Zuoxiao Duo. How dare you scrape the land of the king of hell? This isn't 9 feet higher, this is the 19 levels of hell. Yi Changqing's mind was filled with 100,000 goat-like mythical beasts. This bastard really doesn't know what's good for him. He only cares about money and not his life. He's desperately trying to take advantage of others and would rather die trying to amass wealth. Seriously, seriously. They watched as the ring continued to move. And then, when it reached a certain spot, there was a snap and the thread broke. And so, the ring stopped there. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian looked over and realized that there were already 8 or 9 rings stopped there. What was this operation? Why did it break? Then, after a short pause, another jade-green thread quietly stretched out. Just when Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian thought that they were going to pull the closest few rings, this thread extended all the way to the largest pile of rings that was the furthest away. What was this operation? Giving up what was near and going for what was far away. Just as he was about to grab another one, he started to drag it back just like before. In the end, it still reached the small pile of rings. Snap. The thread broke again. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian were confused. They couldn't understand the ins and outs of this operation. This seemed to be the work of that centipede? But what was this for? Then, they saw the small pile of rings suddenly fly up into the air and fly back to their original positions. They landed on the large pile of rings that was more than 100 meters away. They fell with a crash. Then, a thread sneakily appeared once again and extended all the way to the other side. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing looked at each other, their faces were full of confusion, disbelief, and confusion. The two of them lay there and watched for a full 2 hours. Then they came to a realization. Is this a game? When Xingtian looked at Yi Changqing with a broken face. Yi Changqing also had a broken face. He nodded with a twisted face. I think so. It should be. What the fuck? When Xingtian couldn't understand at all. There was no need to guess. There was no one else who was playing with Zhuo Duo. There was only that centipede queen. Zhuo Duo dragged it over and then the centipede broke it. It dragged it over and broke it again. Then, when the number of rings was almost enough, the centipede queen moved it all back. Then, Zhuo Duo continued. And so did the centipede. Aren't you fucking bored? We were worried sick, but you were having so much fun playing with the centipede? Zhuo Duo said with snot and tears, I don't want to play with it. During the 2 hours of dragging, Zhuo Duo didn't come out empty-handed. He succeeded 3 times. 3 rings were dragged back to his home without being broken. What did that mean? Could it be that the centipede was paying him a salary? But this was something that they couldn't understand. They couldn't understand it. How did you do it? Not to mention when Xingtian and Yi Changqing, even Zhuo Duo himself was confused and couldn't understand how he did it. How did I do it? Ushasha. Don't slaughter sheep. I really don't know. But the biggest problem now is that I can't leave even if I want to. This centipede won't let me go. It's true that I love making money, but I still cherish my life. I didn't want to play for a long time. It's too nerve-wracking. I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. That just when both sides were confused and the centipede was the only one who was having fun, another 4 people were quietly entering this area. They came from another direction and didn't notice Yi Changqing and the others. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian didn't notice them either. Other than the fact that these 4 people were extremely careful, their cultivation levels were also very high. After the 4 of them came to a certain distance, they quietly lay down and began to discuss telepathically. Boss, is this all the rings? Are we leaving after taking them? Don't you want Zhuo reward? That's a lot of money. One of them smacked his lips. Don't want it. Who would have thought that old man Yi Changqing would come here personally? Now that he's here, we don't have a chance to make a move. Back then, we fought a big battle. The 4 of us worked together for 3 days and 3 nights to trap him in the formation. We barely managed to break his heart. This guy must be very familiar with our attack methods. If we're recognized, we'll be hunted down by the whole country and become the enemy of the whole world. Yes, boss is right. That incident back then was indeed a thorn in our side. There's no other way. Friendship is friendship, duty is duty. As long as we're not recognized, everything else is trivial. Although the reward is good, it's not necessary for us. Yes, our goal now should be this pile of rings in front of us. As long as we take these rings and leave, we'll still have a lot to gain. This trip won't be in vain. But this centipede isn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, it's not a life and death battle. It's just a few rings. This centipede shouldn't be so unforgiving. Don't worry, boss. We'll leave after this. The 4 of them came to a decision, but they didn't act rashly. They waited quietly for an opportunity to make a move. At this moment, Zhuo Duo began to make ropes again. There was no rope on the other side. The centipede king had no choice but to wait. From the first time it lacked rope and started to make ropes, it began to use its divine sense to watch Zhuo Duo, the big rat, unraveling a small furry object 7 or 8 meters underground. It pulled out threads bit by bit. The more it watched, the more it felt that the furry object was strange. It could actually pull out so many threads from it. It was such a big bundle. It was really good stuff. This furry thing, I really wanted that. The centipede king's eyes were shining as it concentrated. Chapter 577. Just as the centipede queen was fully focused on Zhuo Duo, a whistling sound broke through the air again. This time, the sound was shrill and rapid. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the air, followed by 3 rays of sword light that rose and flashed. The 3 rays of sword light were so powerful that they instantly turned into 3 golden dragons. They shook their heads and wagged their tails as they whizzed towards the giant centipede. When the 3 of them attacked, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Golden Dragon Sword. Yi Changqing, who was lying on the ground waiting on the other side, almost cried out in surprise. Golden Dragon Sword. It was actually the Golden Dragon Sword. Many years ago, when he went out to do something, he was besieged by these 4 people. At that time, the other party set up a formation in advance and trapped him in the formation. Then, the 4 of them entangled him and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, both sides ended up with both sides suffering great losses. It was also from that time that his heart meridian was severely injured, and his cultivation stopped progressing. Golden Dragon Sword, for dragons locking heart, heavenly pulse hand, and a palm strike on the dantian. That time, it could be said that the beginning of the decline of the hidden dragon realm from its peak. All these years, Yi Changqing had countless dreams in the middle of the night. He would always dream of the 4 golden dragons rolling up and down in the formation, and the sword light rushing left and right in the fierce battle. That sudden palm strike that suppressed the dantian and shook the heart meridian. He clearly saw the palm strike. The fingers were white and slender. If he only looked at the fingers, he would almost think that it was a woman's delicate hand. The palm of that hand was very thick and very wide. On the outer edge of the little finger, there was a black dot. That was the nightmare that Yi Changqing hated. Now he actually met it here. When enemies meet, they will see red. For a moment, Yi Changqing's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. If he did not suppress his anger, he would have fought. "What's wrong, boss?" When Xingtian sensed Yi Changqing's abnormality and immediately transmitted his voice. "Back then, it was these 4 people who besieged me." Yi Changqing gritted his teeth and said word by word, as if his heart was about to bleed, "I won't be wrong. It's this golden dragon sword. It was after that battle that my heart was damaged. So it's these 4 people." When Xingtian's gaze instantly turned into a sharp sword. His battle intent surged, and his desire to fight was not any weaker than Yi Changqing's. "There's only 3 of them. There should be 1 more hiding in the dark, waiting to act. Their target should be that pile of space rings as well. With their strength, they are indeed the group with the highest chance of success." Yi Changqing said, "Let's not be in a hurry to make a move. Let's let them fight with the centipede for a while. Let's see how far they can go with the centipede queen and what kind of wishful thinking the person in hiding is planning." "Understood." When Xingtian slowly gripped the hilt of the butcher sword and said indifferently, "This time, we can't let these 4 bastards escape no matter what." Yi Changqing said indifferently, "Do you still see the crux of the matter? They should be thinking of leaving by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to snatch these rings. They must have seen me before and feared my existence, so they didn't dare to reveal their identities. Now that they're taking the risk to make a move, it's true that they want to make a move. It's also because we left in such a large scale previously that they thought we were far away and wouldn't see them take action this time." However, they didn't expect that there's heaven's will in the unseen world. The heavens also want us to see who our enemy is and present us with the opportunity to end this feud. Now, what we need to do the most is to see their faces clearly. Knowing who they are is enough. Selfishly, I even hope that they can escape unscathed from the centipede queen. If they die here, it'll be too easy for them. In the sky, 3 dragons circled around as sword lights and sword auras soared into the sky. The 3 of them were in the air as they fought against the enormous centipede queen. Although the 3 of them possessed astonishing strength, they were still suppressed by the centipede queen. 3 peak returnants profound realm experts working together, and with their minds linked, there's still not a match for the centipede queen? When Xingtian said solemnly, "It seems that this centipede queen is at least at the Skysoar realm. Previously, it was holding back and didn't use its true strength at all. No wonder it's able to control its strength to such an extent. It's truly impressive." "Skysoar realm? I'm afraid it's not just that." Yi Changqing said, "My cultivation has been stagnant for so many years. However, these 3 have improved by too much. When the 3 of them work together, their strength has already surpassed the Skysoar realm. Furthermore, it's beyond the Skysoar realm in the ordinary sense. As for this centipede queen, it still hasn't used its full strength. Most of its attention is still focused elsewhere. Even if the 3 of them work together, they still won't be able to pose a threat to it. Yi Changqing said word by word, star beasts that have reached the king realm are relatively rare existences on the continent. However, each of them possesses extremely terrifying innate abilities. The four of them aren't here to kill the centipede queen, but purely to snatch the ring and leave after making a fortune. When Xingtian's eyes revealed a hint of shock. He really didn't expect that a mere centipede queen could be so powerful. Don't be unconvinced. How many years have you cultivated? Yi Changqing said, as for this centipede queen, it's at least a 10,000-year-old monster. How old are you? When Xingtian was immediately dumbfounded. For a long time, he didn't know how to answer. If this old man were to be placed outside, during the ancient times when the dynasties were contending for hegemony, he alone would be able to watch the rise and fall of 3 or 4 long-lived dynasties with a single glance. Yet now, he's actually being asked how old he is? This is simply unreasonable. It's as if you're much older than me. Yes, you are indeed much older than me. Why don't you be the boss? You have the final say. I can't be bothered with you. Half of the centipede queen's body was coiled up on the ground, while the other half was propped up in the air. Its 300 to 400 legs were like 300 to 400 long whips and sharp swords, brandishing them in different directions and in different trajectories. They were disorderly and orderly, without the slightest bit of uneasiness or disorder. As for the 2 tentacles that were several hundred meters long, they didn't move at all. The poisonous fog that surged in its mouth was also just a normal breathing pattern. It didn't have any intention of erupting. Boom, boom, boomed at the sounds caused by the continuous battle were earth-shattering, and earth-shattering. Another long roar was heard. Sword chi suddenly rang out rapidly. The 3 of them shouted at the same time. 3 golden dragons shook their heads and wagged their tails, rushing straight into the sky. Then they circled in the air for a while, converging to form an even bigger and more majestic golden dragon, majestically descending. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and destroy the earth. The moment it was about to fall from 1,000 feet in the air, with a loud boom, the sword chi suddenly exploded. The centipede queen let out a strange roar. Its entire body suddenly stood upright, its huge body twisting and turning in the air. Clang, clang, clang. Countless streaks of sword chi fell on the centipede queen's legs and body in this round of confrontation. A total of 7 to 8 centipede queen's legs crashed to the ground, all of them cut off by the sword chi. The centipede queen roared into the sky, its entire body trembling. At this moment, it was actually the first to be injured. It was angry, despicable ants. At this delicate moment, a ghostly figure quietly flashed and appeared in the open space. It swept across 2,000 meters at lightning speed, reaching out its hand and grabbing at the pile of rings on the ground. Squeak! The centipede queen let out a strange, evil cry. Its body suddenly spun and puff, 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 puff. 8 heads suddenly appeared. This was the centipede queen's true form, its true form. 9-headed centipede. One of the heads had 300 legs, 2 long feelers, and blocked the 4th person's path. When it opened its mouth, an unprecedentedly dense, almost solid, poisonous fog was spat out. At the same time, 2 extremely bright lights suddenly flashed in its eyes. With a loud boom, the 4th person who suddenly appeared grunted, and his entire body directly dissipated, leaving behind a mouthful of blood in the air. Yi Changqing's gaze turned cold. He recognized that the person who suddenly appeared just now had used the blood essence substitution technique. It was an extremely obscure secret technique, using a mouthful of blood essence to create a substitute. When one was in danger, they could substitute for death. It could be said to be a very practical secret technique. It was obvious that the person had long been on guard against the centipede queen's full strength. His entire body shot straight into the sky like a faint mist, and then charged diagonally for 2,000 meters. However, on the ground, a golden dragon formed by awe-inspiring sword chi shook its head and wagged its tail as it met the centipede queen. One of the centipede queen's legs was chopped off by the golden dragon sword. It fell with a loud boom, and coincidentally, it smashed into the small pile of spatial rings. The centipede queen became more and more furious. It had never imagined that it would be injured by the opponent after revealing its true form. It was simply a great humiliation. 9 heads, 9 halves of 9 bodies, split into 9 directions, and attacked wildly. The golden dragon sword whistled continuously, and still did not retreat, and attacked head-on. For a moment, the fight between the two sides was exceptionally dazzling and brilliant. The centipede queen let out a shrill cry, and directly pulled up the remaining half of its body from the ground, forcefully blocking the golden dragon sword, and madly attacking. The ghostly figure suddenly condensed in the air, and rushed down like a flickering light, and reached out his hand to grab. He had already seen the location of the pile of space rings and was confident that he would not make any mistakes. However, this determined grab of his had grabbed empty air. He grabbed a handful of soil and came up. The figure was instantly astonished. Where are the rings? The ground was empty. The pile of rings was gone. Not only were the 130 rings gone, even the broken centipede queen's legs that were 17 to 18 meters long had disappeared. It had disappeared into thin air, without a trace. At this moment, the figure was completely dumbfounded. The centipede queen was there, and it was impossible to take it away. His 3 brothers were fighting, and it was impossible for them to come over. There was no one else at the scene. The pile of rings was still sparkling just a moment ago. But now, where did they go? This big hole in the ground. What exactly was going on? Requesting votes, monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 578. Just as the figure was in a daze for a moment, a long tentacle seemed to break through the void as it viciously whipped the figure's back. The person screamed as his clothes were torn apart. The mask on his face suddenly shattered under the great force, revealing a thin face. Although this person had a high cultivation and practiced the secret technique of blood essence substitute, it was only a substitute. Moreover, it had been shattered before. How could it not be affected? Now that the ring was gone, he was shocked when he should not have been shocked and hesitant. He did not dodge the furious attack of the centipede queen. He was severely injured in one move. The man's face was distorted and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. In just a few seconds, many parts of his body had begun to turn green. Obviously, not only was he seriously injured, he was also poisoned. The centipede's tentacle contained an unusually strong poison. When it whipped the body, it tore open the skin and flesh. It was even more violent than the poisonous fog it spat out. Although the man immediately chewed the antidote, there were no signs of the poison spreading. He could only vomit blood while his figure flashed madly to avoid the attacks. He shouted, "Go!" His body flashed and disappeared into thin air. Then he was already high up in the sky. The centipede queen's attacks were like mountains and seas, but they all missed. It was obvious how strong he was. "Wanna go?" Just as when Xingtian was about to rush out, he realized that Yi Changqing had not moved at all. He was just lying there in a daze. His face was filled with disappointment, and the anger from before was nowhere to be seen. "Should we chase?" "Let's go." When Xingtian said anxiously, "This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The 4 of them are seriously injured and poisoned. This is the best time to deal with them. Don't be soft-hearted. This kind of opportunity will not come again. Don't chase." Yi Changqing's mind cleared and he quickly recovered. He said in a low voice, "Our main purpose is to protect Zuoxiao Duo. Even if we can take advantage of their perilous state and kill them in a big battle, only one of us can come back alive in the face of their dying counterattack. As for the one that came back, he's probably on his last breath. Without the 2 of us, we won't be able to protect Xiao Duo." The strange expression on Yi Changqing's face still hadn't disappeared. He said, "Since we already know the identities of the 4 of them, this matter will be easy to handle. It won't be that troublesome." "Who are they?" When Xingtian asked in surprise. "The 4 swords of the way of the king." Yi Changqing's face was filled with an indescribable sense of loss, pain, and sadness. 4 swords of the way of the king? Wen Xingtian was shocked. It's them? Aren't they? The 4 consecrators of the king of the Central Plains? Yi Changqing nodded silently. How could it be them? Could it be that this incident back then actually had something to do with the king of the Central Plains? Wen Xingtian's eyes widened in shock. If I remember correctly, these 4 people and you seem to be. Wen Xingtian hurriedly shut his mouth, but the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. Yi Changqing's expression became even more gloomy. These 4 people were quite close to him. In recent years, they had often interacted with each other. Moreover, they had been concerned about his injuries many times and had searched for the best quality jade of astral souls for him many times. However, Yi Changqing had never imagined that these 4 old friends who seemed to be wholeheartedly treating his injuries were actually the culprits who had caused his serious injuries back then. Yi Changqing sighed softly. Do you still remember that old Cheng said that he had tracked someone to the king of the Central Plains mansion? But the king of the Central Plains suddenly appeared and indiscriminately slashed him with his sword? Wen Xingtian took a deep breath. I understand now. I understand everything now. Everything has been linked together. The king of the Central Plains mansion, Yi Changqing said solemnly, behind this matter, there are too many implications. We have to take the long view. This is really not something that we can decide on a whim. We have to be careful and hit the nail on the head. Otherwise, we'd rather not do anything. At this moment, the battle in the air became even more intense. The centipede had completely lost control of its emotions. Poisonous fog sprayed out like sharp swords and claws, spreading without limit. Just now, this person's doppelganger attracted its attention and the real body suddenly went down to grab it. It was so unexpected that it couldn't stop him. The most direct result of this was that all my toys were snatched away. Moreover, even the little mouse below was scared away. The centipede queen was furious. This bastard deserved to die. He even snatched away one of my broken legs. This is too much. Do you think I'm so easy to bully? You 4 human ants must die. Ah! The centipede queen's anger had reached its peak. I've waited here for thousands of years and finally found something to play with. I was having fun, but it was ruined by you ants. Damned ants. The centipede queen was now using all its ultimate moves. Its 9 heads were extremely flamboyant, its 3,000 legs were sharp swords in the air, and its 18 tentacles were attacking in all directions. Its huge body was half cloud and half mist. Wanna leave? How could it be so easy? As the 9 heads appeared, they sprayed out poisonous fog at the same time. Whether it was the quantity or quality of the poisonous fog, it soared rapidly that the 18 eyes on the 9 heads flickered. Every time they lit up, there would be 2 bright beams of light shooting out. These 2 beams of light were the centipede queen's natural magical powers. Once it hit one's body directly, one's physical body would melt immediately. There was no luck. The reason why it didn't use it previously was that once it closed its eyes, it would immediately lose its sight and consume a considerable amount of demonic essence. Of course, this was because the centipede queen's natural magical powers had yet to be fully awakened. It didn't want to use it casually, but at this moment, the furious centipede queen used all its extreme moves and all the moves it shouldn't use. It wanted to kill these 4 ants as soon as possible and avenge the hatred in its heart. Dang, dang, dang that the 4 swords of the way of the monarch went from resisting the centipede's attacks to dodging pathetically. At the beginning, the 4 swords of the way of the monarch were forcefully clashing against the centipede's attacks. But now, the 4 swords of the way of the monarch were forced to dodge pathetically. Not to mention that the centipede queen was now in a state of desperation. Every attack was powerful and heavy, and it used all its strength. And the 4 people on the opposite side, in addition to fighting the enemy, they also had to protect their heart meridians and expel the poison. How could they last for long? Now they were already in a sorry state. Right at this moment, the leader of the 4 roared, "Golden Dragon, return to your positions. After 1 move, retreat immediately as 1." The four of them roared at the same time and rushed into the air. The centipede queen chased closely and directly chased after them. At the beginning of the battle, Zhuo Duo, who was underground, was dizzy from the aftermath of the impact and almost fainted. But this change also made Zhuo Duo realize that this was an opportunity. The ultimate goal of the people above was undoubtedly the ring. But in this aspect, no one could possibly have a bigger advantage than me, right? I have been here with Brother Centipede for 3 days and 4 nights. There is affection, friendship, and passion between us. I believe that if Brother Centipede could choose for himself, he would be more willing to give it to me than to you. In order to show his closeness to the Centipede Queen, Zhuo Duo even changed the way he addressed the Centipede Queen and called it Brother Centipede. Although this was what he thought, Zhuo Duo still did not dare to act rashly. This was a matter of life and death. He had to be cautious, no matter how cautious he was. That's my life at stake. Until the moment when the hidden enemy attacked for the first time, Zhuo Duo immediately knew that the opportunity had come. He went all out at the speed of lightning and dug the hole dozens of meters forward in an instant. This position was about 20 meters below the pile of rings. Then he returned to the state of silence and motionlessness. As expected, he did not succeed on the first try. This was a triple failure. Not only did Zhuo Duo predict that it would not succeed, but the Centipede Queen was also sure that the enemy would not succeed. After breaking the enemy's attack, the hidden enemy also predicted that he would not succeed. His action was originally to pave the way for the second attack after using the secret technique of blood essence substitute. Zhuo Duo continued to wait patiently for the right opportunity to come. The second opportunity came as expected. The figure suddenly appeared and attacked again. The wind howled and shook the void. At this moment, Zhuo Duo immediately attacked, causing the entire ground around the target to collapse. Together with the dozens of cubic meters of soil, the 130 space rings on it, and the 17 to 18 meter long centipede leg that had coincidentally fallen, they were all absorbed by Zhuo Duo into the Tower of Annihilation. At the same time, Zhuo Duo's body suddenly plummeted downwards. He had already dug a few thousand meters deep hole, but now he was falling downwards at a rapid speed. However, in the midst of the fierce battle and the crazy howling, this little change was almost silent and undetectable by anyone. Moreover, the big hand that fell from the sky carried with it an indomitable force. As a result, the hand that fell from the sky and the centipede saw that the ground immediately caved in when the hand fell. This hand completely had the power to make the ground collapse. The Centipede Queen was furious. This guy who fell from the sky actually took away my toy and one of my legs. How abominable! Then, the Centipede Queen went crazy, lost control, and went on a rampage. I'm so angry. Only the Shadow, the last person from the 4 swords of the Way of the King, knew in his heart that he didn't get anything. The others, whether it was Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, the Centipede Queen, or even the other 3 people from the 4 swords of the Way of the King, all knew clearly that it was him. It was him who took away the ring and the centipede leg. He was the one who benefited the most. Zhuo Duo quickly moved underground and left this troublesome place as fast as he could. This time, he was really satisfied. The experts of the Earth Realm were all waiting for him. With his small arms and legs, he didn't want to get involved. As for the remaining broken centipede legs, sigh, what a pity. But I'll give them to you. I don't want them anymore. Zhuo Duo felt somewhat regretful. There were so many broken centipede legs. These were the legs of a demon king. How much were they worth? But I decided that I didn't want it. No one else can be as decisive as me. Chapter 579. Zhuo Duo, who was out of danger, was in an extremely good mood. Long, let me tell you, perseverance will bring you rewards. For example, I persevered for 3 days and 4 nights this time. What's the final result? Originally, I only wanted the first 76 rings, but what about now? Haha, a total of 211 space rings. This is more than just 2 sleeves of gold. This is 2 sleeves of gold. Duo was in an extremely good mood. He couldn't help bragging and bragging. A big bowl of expired and poisonous chicken soup was fed to Xiaolong in an instant. Not to mention the centipede's leg. Duo laughed and showed off to Xiaolong. What do you think? Do you like it? Is it perfect? Xiaolong pretended not to hear him. Why are you so excited? Show off my... Why are you showing off in front of me? I don't have any interest in these things, okay? The only thing that can interest me is Didi. Long, do you think it's possible for both sides to suffer in the end? Xiaoduo's imagination was running wild. If we turn back and take the rings of these 4 people, then cut the giant centipede into pieces and bring it back to eat. Of course, we can also dig up the dragon soul ginseng on the way. That would be the real perfection, right? Xiaoduo's eyes were full of sparkling light. Xiaolong said, Boss, you'd better go back to the tower and sleep. It's not good to be too full of yourself. It's easy to blow up. He secretly rolled his eyes. You'll have everything if you sleep. Suffer in the end? You're dreaming. These people might be able to cause a certain degree of damage to the centipede, but to say that both sides would suffer in the end. Xiaolong thought that he was thinking too much. At this moment, Xiaolong's heart was full of contempt and disdain. If you really think so, then why are you running? And you don't even look back when you run. What happened to the friendship you said with Brother Centipede just now? Bah, it's all an excuse to accumulate wealth. However, half of Xiaoduo's fantasy came true. He had imagined that both sides would suffer great losses, and then he would reap the benefits. However, the reality was that one side had suffered a crushing defeat. The 4 swords of the Way of the Monarchs and the others executed their strongest attacks, intending to create an opening. Then, the 4 of them simultaneously executed man and sword as one, converging in one place. Together, they executed a joint attack technique. Riding on their swords, they soared into the sky, retreating unscathed. However, just as the sword was about to take shape and soar into the sky, the angered centipede also soared into the sky. It was as fast as lightning, and its 9 heads spat out ink-like poisonous water. A large area of poisonous water engulfed the combined 4 swords of the path of the monarch. The dazzling imperial sword instantly turned into briquette imperial sword. At the same time, the centipede king let out a loud roar. Its 4 legs and 4 claws slammed into the sphere of light. Mournful screams shook the sky at the same time. It was the 4 swords of the path of the monarchs who were screaming, but it was also the centipede king who was screaming, because the 4 legs that it had extended into the sphere of light had been crushed at the same time as it had heavily injured the other party. In the end, the 4 swords converged and attacked together. Although it was only a single attack, it was equivalent to the strength of the 4 people being multiplied by 4 times, resulting in the most extreme explosive power. This power had already surpassed the limit that the centipede queen could withstand. Although it heavily injured the 4 people, it also lost 4 of its claws. However, the 4 swords of the path of the monarchs were even worse. Half of the centipede's claws were hanging on each of their bodies. The front part of the claws had already penetrated deep into their bodies. The venom that could melt gold and iron was wreaking havoc in their bodies. The 4 of them screamed, but they didn't dare to stay for a moment. Borrowing the remaining momentum of the converging swords, they hurriedly flew away and disappeared in a flash. This result could be considered to have achieved their original intention. However, the price was extremely huge. For a moment, blood rain poured down from the sky. Most of the blood rain flowed out from the wounds of the centipede king's 4 broken legs. Below, wherever the blood dripped, that place would be corroded into a cloud of smoke. This was enough to show the intensity of the poison. It was a shocking sight. The centipede king fell to the ground. For some reason, the wounds immediately stopped bleeding. Then, after a few minutes, swoosh, 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 the broken legs grew out from the body again, as if they were never injured. However, the centipede king's heavy breathing also showed that all of this was not without a price. Its huge body crouched down again, and slowly crawled over to the place where the more than 100 rings had originally been. Looking at this big hole, The Centipede King reluctantly stuck its head out to take a look. It was indeed gone. It was indeed taken away by that hateful bastard. The Centipede King shook its head sadly. It crawled forward a bit more, and crawled to the place where the little mouse was making the rope. It stuck its head out to take a look, and the little mouse was indeed gone. Sigh, such a fun little toy, and it was gone in such a short time. What a disappointment. How good would it be if I could play with it for another 8 to 10 days? There are still so many positions that I haven't tried yet. Sigh, how lonely. The Centipede King desolately crawled back to the mountain wall again, and leaned against the mountain wall, looking very sad. It was not easy to find something fun to play with. Later on, I will carefully touch it to see if it has gone far. But now, I definitely can't go. Inside the mountain wall, the dragon soul ginseng was about to be cooked. It was not until the Centipede King completely stopped and went to the other side that Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian finally let out a sigh of relief. It was so close. Wen Xingtian grimaced in pain. If I had gone out with Yi Changqing then, I would have been dead by now, right? My space ring would also have fallen into that pile. The 4 swords of the Way of the King have been badly injured this time. They have less than 10% of their strength left. Yi Changqing said lightly, our main goal is to find Zhuoxiaoduo. But if we find the 4 swords of the Way of the King, we can also kill them directly. He said word by word, they already have the poison of the heavenly centipede in their bodies. They won't dare to ride their swords for a long time. They will definitely find a secret place to get rid of the poison in the shortest amount of time. If there is a slight delay, these 4 people will explode with the poison and die without a complete corpse. The Centipede King's final attack has destined that the 4 of them will not be able to return to Feng Hai directly. After being seriously injured, they won't have the strength and time to do so. Zhuoxiaoduo must have left this time. With the help of this battle, he has been completely liberated. When Xingtian said, I reckon that it was this miser who wanted to steal the ring, but was restrained by the Centipede King and didn't let him go. Looking at the situation just now, it was clearly the Centipede King who was playing with Zhuoxiaoduo. This kid's luck is really hard to match. He can even escape unscathed like this. I have to admit. When he said this sentence, even Wen Xingtian himself felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of idiot could come up with this inference? But this inference seems to be coming from me that a monster king caught Zhuoxiaoduo and made him play with it in all kinds of positions. To what kind of idiot is this? However, it was obvious that he was not the only idiot now. Yi Changqing also nodded repeatedly, yes. After the final battle, the Centipede King even crawled over to take a look. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't want to hurt him, it would have directly clawed him out. It actually had feelings for him after playing with him. But after taking a look, the Centipede King left. Its attitude was very lonely. Obviously, that kid is no longer there. With that kid's brain, he would be a real idiot if he still waited in the same place with such a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's go. Let's also retreat. Pay attention to the search along the way and see where this kid went. Yi Changqing said angrily, I gave him so many things, but other than using landmines, he didn't use anything else. I really want to. His expression was ferocious. If Zhuoxiaoduo was next to him, he would at least beat him until his face swelled up. He was so angry. According to the original tunnel. Maybe he went that way. When Xingtian and Yi Changqing searched along the way, the direction they went almost coincided with the original tunnel that Zhuoxiaoduo had dug. But why did Zhuoxiaoduo always take the same old path? This lazy guy who did not take the usual path had already turned halfway. Now, he did not even know where he went or where he was. Zhuoxiaoduo kept moving forward, but he had a goal in mind. His target was the location of the soul-tempering cinnabar fruit that Xiao Long had found earlier. Since he had found it, of course, he had to dig it out first. He had to dig it out first to be safe. However, there was no hurry. He was really a little weak now that Zhuoxiaoduo casually placed the space-destroying pagoda and immediately went in. It had to be said that after 3 days and 4 nights of playing the game of fishing rings with the centipede, Zhuoxiaoduo's control of true spirit had improved greatly. Every time, he was fully focused and only used a little bit of the thin line to hook a ring more than 100 meters away. That this required a lot of true spirit, and it was also very meticulous and small. If a little bit was not in place, it would be impossible to hook it up. And Zhuoxiaoduo had done this process thousands of times. Even with Zhuoxiaoduo's Dantian spiritual qi storage, it had already been squandered away by him. At this moment, he was running out of true spirit. He held the dragon blood flying dagger in one hand and kept replenishing it. Until now, the energy of the dragon blood flying dagger had been completely absorbed by him. I need to recharge it again. Zhuoxiaoduo was disappointed. With the improvement of his cultivation, the energy storage of the dragon blood flying dagger was getting less and less effective. It was really useless. If Chief Nan knew about his thoughts, he would probably be slapped. Other people could use it all the way to the God-reigning realm. It was a rare item. Why is it that the embryonic breathing realm is not enough for you? If you are so capable, why don't you go to heaven? Bah, you are a freak. What does it have to do with the dragon blood flying dagger? Moreover, the energy storage of a flying dagger was only depleted after you absorbed it for 3 days and 3 nights. You still have the nerve to say that it is not enough? Why are you so arrogant? What else do you want? Chapter 580. Of course, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't want to do anything. To him, 3 days and 3 nights was nothing. It would be great if the dragon blood flying dagger could be used for 8 to 10 years. Of course, it would be even better if it could be used for 100 to 80 years. Well, as long as one was human, they would think twice. A certain someone was even greedier than ordinary people. It was reasonable for him to be so shameless. It wasn't strange at all. Now, in the entire Starry Mountain range, there was probably only one person who wasn't anxious. And that was Zhuoxiaoduo. There were thousands of people outside. Each one of them was burning with anxiety, their eyes wide open. Where did Zhuoxiaoduo go? Where did he go? Previously, many people had noticed the earth-shattering battle in Centipede Valley. They had seen it from afar. But very few people went to watch the battle. A battle of that level wasn't something that ordinary people could watch. A battle of life and death between such experts wasn't something that outsiders were usually allowed to watch. Watch the battle? What do you want to do? Do you want to see our trump cards? Or do you want to take advantage of us? Once something like this happened, most of the time, both sides would work together to kill the bystanders first. As long as they were discovered, it was almost inevitable. Therefore, watching the battle was basically impossible. Well, just like Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian, they had arrived early by chance and were able to watch the battle without being discovered by either side. This was an unexpected coincidence that was extremely difficult to replicate. Moreover, the others also understood another thing. The goal of the two sides wasn't Zhuoxiaoduo. One side was for the pile of spatial rings and to make a fortune. On the other hand, they wanted to prevent the other side from getting the spatial rings. They also wanted to add the spatial rings of these 4 people to the pile. But Zhuoxiaoduo had nothing to do with either side. With Zhuoxiaoduo's shallow ability, how could he get involved in such an extreme battle? Since their goals weren't in conflict, why risk their lives to watch the battle? When the battle came to an end, there were still people who went over, thinking about the spatial rings from before. However, they all returned in disappointment. There was not a single spatial ring left. They should have been taken away by that group of super experts just now. In fact, these people should be rejoicing. If the rings were still there, then their lives would be left here as well. In the beginning, there were 76 spatial rings, but Zhuoxiaoduo ended up with 211. In other words, out of the original 76 rings, he had caught another 135 scapegoats. What a frightening ratio. These 135 people had died so unjustly, so easily, it took Zhuoxiaoduo 2 hours to fully recover his cultivation. As usual, he first absorbed the heat emitted by the heart of the ardent sun in his space. Then he used the high-grade spiritual jade to cultivate and recover. After he had fully recovered, Zhuoxiaoduo could faintly feel that his own yuan qi seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. This did not seem to be a change, but his control over his own yuan qi had become smoother. Could it be that the interaction with this centipede was equivalent to training me? If I want to improve my control in the future, should I look for this centipede again? This thought only flashed through Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind for a moment. Then he immediately suppressed it. Again? Even if you beat me to death, I won't do it again. This was simply playing with the Grim Reaper. If he was not careful, he would die. No, if the other party was unhappy, he would lose his life. It would be an extreme way to die without a complete corpse and without leaving a trace. Looking at the long centipede leg in the space again, Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel his teeth ache. It was as thick as a watermelon. Even the thinnest part was as thick as his buttocks. It was covered with dense black fur. Just by placing such a leg here, he could actually feel a monstrous demonic aura. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was thinking, Long Long, do you think this thing is delicious? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. Long Long sweated. Was it delicious? This was the leg of a demon king. How could it not be delicious? But this thing was poisonous. It was highly toxic. It was so toxic that it was almost tangible. How are you going to eat it? How do you get rid of the poison? The meat is not poisonous. In fact, it's definitely very nutritious. It's just that the outer skin and the black fur are all poisonous. But this is very hard. Xiao Long was halfway through his sentence. He wisely stopped and did not continue. That was for others. However, for Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was not a problem at all. This guy was fully equipped with divine artifacts. It was a top-notch equipment configuration. The so-called hard part was really not a problem for him. Let's grill it first. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and placed the centipede leg near the heart of the sun. With a look of satisfaction, he said, With this thing by my side, it's like bringing a convenient oven with me. Grilling is the most convenient. Grilling? Xiao Long could only sigh. Comparisons were odious. Look at Zhuo Xiaoduo. He used the unique void extinguishing pagoda that could accelerate the flow of time to store things. There was even a heart of the ardent sun inside to be used as a barbecue tool, and the ingredient was the leg of a star beast king. One could imagine that after eating this leg, his chi of true core strength would definitely experience another surge. As for the 222 interspatial rings that Zhuo Xiaoduo had seized, they were all placed neatly in 10 rows near the heart of the sun by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was a spectacular sight. This number is really fucking impressive. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. It would have been fine if it was 233. Why did you have to give me 222? I really want to throw one away. Although he said that, he would definitely not throw it away. Not to mention 22222, even if it was 22,222, Zhuo Xiaoduo would at most say, Am I that stupid? But he would definitely not throw one away. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not in a hurry to check the spoils of war inside. Firstly, there was no need. They were all his now. What was there to be anxious about? Secondly, the owners of these rings were all top experts. Even if they were all dead now, the divine consciousness attached to the rings had not completely dissipated. After all, these were rings that had recognized their owners. It would not be strange if they treated them with more care and care. If Zhuo Xiaoduo forcefully dispelled them now, he might have to expend a lot of spiritual energy. Moreover, with his current divine consciousness, he definitely could not dispel all of them. Moreover, there will definitely be new additions. No rush, no rush. If he placed it next to the heart of the sun and grilled it now, even if he could not get rid of the divine consciousness, it would slowly dissipate over time. Zhuo Xiaoduo sincerely expressed that he was not in a hurry. He was prepared to check again in 10 days. Of course, he would not be idle during these 10 days. I have to strive to increase the number of interspatial rings to 1,000? 500 is a number that I can barely accept. After a while, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who felt that even his physical strength had recovered, carefully exited the space-destroying tower and walked forward sneakily. Xiao Long went back and forth to check the current situation. Zhuo Xiaoduo tiptoed behind him. The two brothers were in cahoots and cooperated very well. Under Xiao Long's investigation, Zhou Xiao duo encountered two teams of high-level infant transformation bounty hunters. After Xiao Long made sure that there was no one around, Zhou Xiao duo took out his training hammer and hammered wildly. He successfully obtained 7 interspatial rings. 229. Why, yes, he also obtained 4 drops of fate points. He rewarded Xiao Long with 1 drop on the spot. Xiao Long almost wanted to prostrate himself on the ground and call him brother. He was so excited, so grateful. Of course, after eating it he felt so good. Along the way, he quickly approached the area where the soul-tempering vermilion fruit was. The soul-tempering vermilion fruit was the key to Vice Principal Lu's recovery. In this area, there seemed to be more meteors falling. The pieces were piled up and almost formed a mountain. Zhou Xiao duo felt that there were quite a few pieces that were in good shape. They should be able to produce high-quality astral soul's jade. But at this time, he did not have the time to dig them up. He did not even have the time to cut them with his sword. He simply swallowed them whole and stored them in his interspatial ring. He could use them to open a shop for his father when he returned. That now that I, Zhou Xiao duo, am a high-level cultivator, I don't need them. But when I visit home, I will fill up a shop for my father. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhou Xiao duo used the same trick again. He directly dug out a piece of land under a big tree. Then he quickly drilled down. The Flaming Sun Sutra burned a hole in the ground and restored the ground. In short, he was very familiar with the way. Using the same trick, he dug all the way down. It had to be said that after going through Centipede Valley, Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation, control, spiritual sense sensitivity, and even digging skills had improved a lot. Now, digging all the way down was simply too easy. Xiao Long promptly reminded him, "Boss, the soul-tempering vermilion fruit is not a low-level heavenly treasure. Logically speaking, this kind of heavenly treasure should have a guardian spirit beast. Although we haven't found any clues yet, it's better to be careful." Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. What? A guardian spirit beast? Perhaps the shadow of the Centipede Queen was too strong. He instinctively thought in his heart, it can't be at the level of a demon king, right? It's unlikely to be at the level of a demon king. It's very strange. Why can't I find a guardian spirit beast? Xiao Long was very puzzled by this. It was impossible that there was no guardian spirit beast. But now, there was no guardian spirit beast. No matter how he investigated, there was no guardian spirit beast. That this was very strange. Just as Xiao Long was puzzled, he suddenly felt a faint movement underground. It's coming. Zhou Xiaoduo spread out his divine sense and was immediately shocked. He saw a huge creature slowly swimming towards him underground. Although he could only see it roughly, the spirit beast was at least 10 meters long. Although it was moving underground, it was like a snake moving on the surface. It moved quickly and without any obstruction. What is this thing? Xiao Long was also amazed. My God, boss, there's actually such a huge earthworm in this world. No wonder I didn't find it. Earthworm? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked, but this time it was a different kind of shock. This trip had really opened his eyes. Chapter 581. The world is so big, there are all kinds of strange things. Zhou Xiaoduo was amazed. What a fucking eye-opener. First, he saw a centipede that was hundreds of meters long. But it was a monster king, so it was reasonable for it to have a huge body. But now, he saw an earthworm that was more than 30 meters long. How dare an earthworm be more than 30 meters long? It doesn't matter how big the earthworm is. Xiao Long said, this thing doesn't have much fighting power. As long as we use the Flaming Sun Sutra, we can roast it to death. Xiao Long's face was full of disgust and disdain. How could there be such a disgusting thing in the world? I was wondering why it was swimming so leisurely underground. It was eating and pooping at the same time. It swallowed all the soil in front of it, and as it crawled, it kept excreting from its tail. Blurg. It was so disgusting. The giant earthworm wriggled its way over. Its body was huge, but in terms of fighting power, there was nothing to see. It was just a big body and it was puffy. Zhuo didn't expect that the Flaming Sun Sutra would burn its head off as soon as he used it. Its whole body automatically broke into 70 or 80 pieces, and it fled in 70 or 80 different directions, fleeing for its life. With a splash, the entire underground was filled with puddles of water. Was this the result of burning its head? Zhuo was stunned. Is this a ferocious beast that guards the treasure of heaven and earth? Zhuo tilted his head and looked at Xiaolong. He saw that Xiaolong was also stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this guy to be so weak. Even if it was an earthworm, it was still an earthworm that was dozens of meters long. How could it disappear after a touch? What kind of explanation was this? What's this? Zhuo picked up a shiny round stone from the ground. Zhuo suddenly thought, is this an inner core? Xiaolong came over to take a look, but he couldn't recognize it. He said, this thing. I've never seen it before. The energy on it is very strange, but if I'm not wrong, it should be this thing that caused this earthworm to grow so abnormally. But it seems to only grow its head, not its strength. It doesn't seem to be of any use. Zhuo also felt that the bead contained a mysterious energy. However, now was not the time to think about this. He casually stuffed it into his spatial ring and decided to ask when Xingtian or Grandma Shi when he got back. Then he continued to dig down. Since the earthworm had returned in such a hurry, it meant that the soul-tempering vermilion fruit was about to arrive. Sure enough, after digging for less than 10 meters, they found a pitch-black object. It looked like a fruit that was growing in the soil. However, there seemed to be a layer of black smoke surrounding the fruit, isolating it from the soil. He gently rubbed it. It was as if there were stars twinkling in the dark night. Even though it was underground, this kind of twinkling was still eye-catching. It's really good stuff. Zhuo praised. Looking at it closely, he found that the fruit was connected to a fruit branch that seemed to be flowing with starlight. Zhuo directly dug a huge hole and isolated the entire soul-tempering vermilion fruit. Then he broke the soil bit by bit. After a long while, it was finally separated completely. One tree with 9 branches. On each branch, there was a fruit. There were 9 fruits in total. However, the trunk of this soul-tempering vermilion fruit was already very thick. It was almost as thick as Zhuo's calf. It was unknown how old it was. It seems that this soul-tempering fruit tree has already borne fruit several times. Xiaolong was also surprised. But there's plenty of energy here. It's not unusual for it to bear fruit several times. Moreover, this fruit will mature after it bears fruit. If it's not eaten, it will fall on the tree roots and become nutrients. Not a single bit will be wasted. Also, I think that earthworm's body is so huge that it must have eaten it once. Xiaolong frowned and said, it must have eaten it once. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the ability to split into 70 or 80 pieces and escape. This life-saving skill is quite impressive. Zhuo curiously asked, well, isn't the ability to split the earthworm's innate ability? It has something to do with this fruit. Does this fruit have any other uses besides healing divine soul injuries? Xiaolong said, the earthworm's innate ability can't split so much. And the soul-tempering vermilion fruit's ability to heal injuries is only one of its functions. If a completely healthy person eats it, in addition to strengthening the divine soul, it also has the ability to split the soul. In other words, it can split one's soul into several completely independent individuals. Zhuo was confused. What do you mean? Let's put it this way. Xiaolong thought for a long time before giving an example. For example, when you go out this time, there will be great danger. But you've eaten this soul-tempering vermilion fruit before, so you can prepare in advance. You can endure a certain amount of pain and split an identical soul in advance. When you go to a safe place, if the original body and the split are fine, they can return to merge. But if the original body's soul is destroyed outside, then the split soul can choose a carrier and continue to live. Its own memories and whatnot will not be lost. Of course, only memories and experience can be preserved. Cultivation can't be preserved, and it needs to be restarted. I understand. Zhuo Duo nodded in realization. What you're talking about is called possession over here, Zhuo Duo said as if he was an expert. No. Xiao Long said seriously, the soul-tempering vermilion fruit's split soul state is fundamentally different from possession. Because if a person's physical body is not completely dead, his soul and body have a close and inseparable connection. If you force your way in at this time, you will only be devoured. The soul and body are one, how can you possess it? So you can only wait until the target dies, which is when the soul completely dissipates, before another person can take advantage of the gap. As long as there's a little bit of remnant, it won't succeed. So this method also has a great risk. Xiao Long said, but just the fact that it can provide a chance to start over is very valuable. Some people call this fruit the reincarnation fruit, thinking that it can only grow in another world, but it's not. Because there's no need for reincarnation at all. It had to be said that Xiao Long was very knowledgeable when it came to these heaven and earth treasures. In this aspect, even Li Chenglong was not as good as him. It was probably because as a consciousness form, it wandered back and forth in these places every day, so it was naturally very familiar with these things. It was just that it was called differently by humans, but it had its own absolutely correct understanding. But Zhuo Duo was not worried about this. The more he heard about this thing, the more he felt reluctant to part with it. Isn't it a pity to leave this tree here after we pluck the fruit? It's a waste of God's gift. Zhuo Duo looked at Xiao Long eagerly. In the Tower of Annihilation in our space, can we raise this tree? Xiao Long calculated and said, with the current progress of the Tower of Annihilation, it can barely keep it alive. Burying it in the new dragon vein in our space can ensure its survival. But if we want it to continue growing and bear fruit in the future, we'll have to move at least 10 earth veins in. Also, the powder you made, boss, will need a lot more, 300 to 500 times more than what we have now. Only then can it possibly grow. Zhuo Duo was relieved. As long as it can live, there's a way. Then I'll transplant this fruit tree completely. The jade powder of astral souls is not valuable, and after accumulating for a long time, not to mention 300 to 500 times, even 3,000 to 5,000 times more would not be a problem. Xiao Long nodded. Since you're confident, boss, then do as you wish. What Zhuo Duo did not see was that the corners of Xiao Long's mouth curled up slightly. That was a very secret happy expression. Boss, the more heavenly treasures you move in, the better the quality of the earth vein we gather. The better the earth vein, the faster my growth will be. That was great. Xiao Long felt very good. Not everyone could follow such a stingy, greedy boss who wanted everything. But if one's own people were greedy and coveted other people's things, it was also a good thing. Why not pack everything in one's own home? Take this fruit tree for example. If it had followed a gentleman, it might have been left here to wait for the fated person or something like that. Look, it followed Zhuo so easily, uprooting it directly. That was the style of a stingy person like him. He watched as Zhuo Duo carefully put away the 9 fruits and used 9 boxes carved from the jade powder of astral souls to store the fruits. Then, he uprooted the fruit tree along with a huge lump of soil that weighed a few thousand kilograms and put it into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he dug a hole in the earth vein and buried the soul-quenching fruit tree in it. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. There was no obstruction at all. And he did it happily. As he worked, he asked humbly, Long, is there anything taboo in our earth vein that cannot be planted? Xiao Long thought for a while and said, in theory, anything can be planted. We just need to separate the heavenly treasures that are completely incompatible with each other from a sufficient distance. That's good. When Zhuo Duo heard this, he became even more excited. Boss, there seems to be a terrain advantage here. There are gentle slopes on both sides, so there are a lot of meteors falling here. Many of those that fall on the slopes also roll down here. The energy is very abundant. This is the main reason why the soul-quenching fruit can grow here. Xiao Long said, so, there must be a lot of good stuff in the meteorites above? Zhuo Xiao's eyes lit up and said, I thought of this a long time ago. So, starting from the bottom, he put every piece he found into the space ring or directly into the Tower of Annihilation. Anyway, the space was big enough. Soon, this place was empty. And more than 100 meters below the soul-quenching fruit, a piece of meteorite that was several square meters in size was put into the Tower of Annihilation by Zhuoduo. Boom. Unsurprisingly, there was a collapse. From the surface of the earth, a bottomless pit was formed. In an instant, the mountains on both sides also began to press in this direction, slowly forming a landslide. Finally, with a rumble, it filled in. Zhuoduo knew that this was bad. He hurriedly dug out from the ground and left. Damn it, I just dug out a few stones, and you actually caused a landslide. Why didn't you think about it? It was not a big valley in the first place. He dug out tens of thousands of big stones from below. It would be strange if it didn't collapse. Zhuoduo left quickly. And in a hidden corner not far from here the 4 swords of the Way of the King were covered in wounds. Many parts of their bodies were completely unrecognizable. The centipede's poison had spread all over their bodies. They were beginning to turn into pus. Those parts could only be cut off. The 4 of them had all cut themselves into pieces, and only then did they manage to preserve their lives. Although they were struggling at death's door, with their profound cultivation, as long as they could catch their breath, they would naturally be able to recover quickly. After they left the battle, they found a hidden valley. Coincidentally, there was enough energy here. So, they hurriedly rushed down. Just like Zhuoduo, they dug out a huge hole in the ground. The 4 of them hid inside to heal their wounds. It was just that they didn't dig very deep. At most, it was only about 10 meters deep. To these experienced people, this was the most normal and ordinary operation. From the outside, it couldn't be seen at all. But just as the 4 of them took out medicine and antidotes to consume, and began to wash their bodies with all kinds of spirit liquids, the medicine and poison were resisting, and they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. With a crash, the mountains on both sides directly collapsed. The 4 of them were at a critical moment. They couldn't move at all. Instantly, they were buried alive. The hole collapsed instantly. Countless huge stones rumbled down like rolling drums, but the 4 of them didn't know what was going on. They dizzily went all the way down. When they reached a certain depth, suddenly, there seemed to be nothing below. It was as if they were completely weightless as they fell down. There's actually such a huge hole below. These 4 experienced people were all dumbfounded. They fell all the way down. Then boom, boom, boom. They were all smashed until they were dizzy. If they were still in their peak condition, they would naturally be able to withstand the collapse of the mountain and fly out. But it was a pity that not only were they not in their peak condition, they were also at a critical moment of healing. A mouthful of vital energy was resisting the poison. They couldn't use it. It was practically the lowest point of their lives, so much so that the 4 Guotian-level super experts were all smashed by the mountain rocks until their noses were bruised and their heads were bleeding. And the most terrible thing was the poison that the 4 of them were forcing out. Under such circumstances, a moment of distraction caused the poison to rush back. Some of it even attacked the heart meridians. The 4 of them were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. This time, they were really unlucky. Originally, the 4 of them had gone to find trouble with the centipede, wanting to make a fortune. They only went because they had enough antidotes on them. They had also made sufficient preparations. They had calculated that no matter what, their lives would not be in danger. But who would have thought that the mountain would collapse while they were in the middle of healing and forcing out the poison? This chapter costs 4,000 yuan. For updates today. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation tickets, and subscriptions. Chapter 582. This was simply, completely unexpected. Now the poison was flowing backwards, and the antidote pills were gone. Of course they had the normal antidote pills, but how could they prepare so many of these high-quality pills? They could only force it out. But was the poison of a king-level demon beast so easy to force out? They were buried alive and couldn't move for a while. At least, they couldn't move before the poison was forced out. The four of them felt as if they had eaten shit, that they were speechless. But there was no other way. No matter how difficult it was, no matter how angry they were, they had to force out the poison first, feeling as if their heads were being smashed by a huge rock. The four of them were extremely sullen. Since when did they have to endure this? What a bastard! It was a pity that Xiaoduo had left early. Otherwise, they could have taken advantage of this situation. Of course, with Master Zuo's current small body, he would have died without a doubt if this kind of returnance-level expert fought back before death. It was hard to say who was the lucky one. But this side of the mountain had collapsed. Such a big movement immediately attracted the attention of some people. Xiaoduo is over there. Someone's eyes lit up. Immediately, many people moved towards this side. Those who came early had already stepped into the rubble, carefully searching around. Some people had already found something strange. There seems to be a tunnel here. Someone dug a tunnel? Dig down and see. Xiaoduo is hiding down there. Dig quickly. Immediately, dozens of people started working at the same time. They were on guard against others while digging crazily. Huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms were thrown out one after another. The four people below had a face of fuck. This time, they were unlucky to the extreme. The four of them couldn't move here, and there were hundreds of people happily digging up a hole. It could be imagined that no matter who dug them up, they would do the same thing. Behead them, take their space rings and leave. No one would care who they were, and no one would care. For this group of desperados, they had no scruples. What to do? At most a minute, they would be able to dig it out. Activate the life spirit protection. The leader sighed, his face full of desolation. The four brothers all had a miserable look on their faces. If he activated the protection of his fate soul and used his origin energy, he might be able to survive this time, but from then on, his cultivation would not improve at all. Furthermore, the worst part was that after activating his life spirit protection and using his origin energy, he had no power to suppress the Centipede Queen's poison at that moment. It would definitely invade his internal organs and heart meridians. From then on, the poison would accompany the four of them for life. He would spend the rest of his life in detoxification. He would live one day at a time until he died. It was all the same. Moreover, the lifespan would inevitably be greatly reduced. For example, a person who was originally able to live for 1,000 years would only have 300 years to live after such an operation. And this was the most optimistic scenario. However, if he didn't activate it, he would die here in a minute. The four of them could feel something called fate at work. Back then, when he was dealing with Yi Changqing, he had caused Yi Changqing's old and new injuries to erupt at the same time. Yi Changqing's origin was already damaged, so he couldn't make any progress. After that battle, he was hit by the heavenly pulse palm. He had spent the rest of his life in detoxification of the heavenly pulse palm. Until now, there was nothing he could do. Now, the four of them would actually become like Yi Changqing. Moreover, it was much more serious than Yi Changqing's. The four of them looked desolate. Could this be retribution? There were already voices above their heads. Suzu, it's getting looser. Is there water coming out from below? With so many people working, there's already a hole below. Of course, it's getting looser as it dries. I'll just do it a little more. You do it a little more. Quick, put in more effort, it's almost out. It's almost out. It's out, it's out. The group of people worked in full swing. Their faces were full of excitement as they watched the hole being dug open. Everyone was almost instantly orgasmic. It was at this moment that an extremely sullen roar came from below. All the people who were working felt dazzled as golden light flashed. 4 golden dragons rushed out from the ground. Sword light flashed, covering the sky in an instant. There were screams. More than a dozen people couldn't dodge in time and were killed on the spot. There were also many people who lost their arms and legs. The 4 golden dragons flashed in the air, leaving behind a sentence full of resentment. This hatred, this hatred, this hatred, this revenge, this life. With a boom, they disappeared impatiently. They had to find a new place to heal their injuries and cure the poison. The poison had already entered their heart meridians. The four of them were gloomy in their hearts. In the end, they still came to this step. But what was going on? Who was the one who framed them? But they were still confused. Which bastard caused a landslide at such a short time? I'm really a fucking ancestor. The four swords of the Way of the King were so depressed at this moment that they were about to go crazy. Zhuo didn't know what was going on over there at all. After he caused the landslide, he had already slipped away. The commotion was too big. He had to leave. If everyone came over, Master Zhuo wouldn't be able to handle it. As for whether there was anyone down there, Zhuo didn't even consider. He just acted according to the situation. At this moment, he had already moved to the other side. This time, he put on makeup in a grand manner. He wore a white wig and walked out with a hunched body. At first glance, he looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. Along the way, he walked a few hundred miles, and it was still peaceful. Although there were battles within these few hundred miles, the reason for these few battles was that there were people who bullied the old man and wanted to take advantage of him. However, how many of those good-for-nothings who bullied the old man were capable of doing so? Zhuo, who was taken advantage of in turn, gained another 6 space rings. 135 rings. It was wonderful. It was a pity that in order to hide his identity, he couldn't read people's faces. Therefore, he didn't receive any luck points. It was a pity. Although he had put on makeup, Zhuo knew what was going on in his heart. His cultivation foundation couldn't be hidden from others. As long as someone paid attention to his cultivation, they would be able to recognize him instantly. Among a group of high-ranking practitioners, he, a small fry in the embryonic breathing realm, was as dazzling as a lamp. However, he definitely couldn't go back to the Centipede Valley behind him. There were high-ranking practitioners on his left and right sides. Moreover, the other side had just collapsed because of him. Now, he could only take the risk and leave this place first. Now, everyone was paying attention to the tunnel. If he continued to dig the tunnel, not only would it be strenuous, but it would also be easy for people to block his nest. Zhuo naturally had to change his strategy, adapt to the situation and be full of possibilities. The most dangerous place is the safest place. When everyone doesn't expect me to go to the surface, I will swagger on the surface. This is called the art of war. Do you understand, Long Long? Zhuo was a little self-satisfied. He felt as if he had become the military advisor of a generation. Xiao Long rolled his eyes. He really didn't have the energy to complain. With your art of war. It was purely from being chased like a rabbit. Zhuo calculated. As long as he went over the mountain in front of him and continued forward, he would be in the territory of the Tiger King and the Snake King. Now, only there were fewer talents over there. It was because of this reason that Zhuo did what he did. With a whoosh, he went over the mountain. He ran all the way and directly used the Tianyuan escape to rush into the neighboring territory of the Tiger King. Although it was said to be the territory of the Tiger King, it was actually a few hundred miles away from the real territory of the Tiger King. This was considered a blank area where the Tiger King and the Snake King's power overlapped. Unlike Yi Changqing and the rest who were anxious to find Zhuo and protect him, Zhuo had never thought of meeting up with Yi Changqing and the rest. He felt that he couldn't go back now. How many missions had he completed to find the medicine? The scheduled month-long mission was less than 10 days. At most, it would be a week. How could he go back now? Another more important reason was that in such a situation where danger lurked everywhere, Zhuo could clearly feel that his divine senses and mental strength were growing rapidly, becoming more sensitive and sharper. There were even some dangers that he could sense with his eyes closed, that there was danger ahead and that he needed to avoid them. This point was confirmed by the little dragon's investigation in the front. It repeatedly proved that his spiritual sense was not wrong. Moreover, this kind of spiritual sense judgment was improving every moment. For example, when Xiao Long reported that there was an expert 2,000 meters ahead. Usually, when Xiao Long reported, Zhuo would have already vaguely sensed the danger and stopped in his tracks. For ordinary people, This was called intuition towards danger. However, for practitioners, it was called spiritual perception. This was a wonderful ability. Some people might not even use it once in their entire life. Even if they did use it, they might not be able to react to it afterwards. However, in the Jianghu, where life and death were at stake, it had many uses and benefits. Moreover, there was another reason Zhuo Xiaoduo was not stupid. He knew very well that everything that was happening now was a trap. A trap set up with him as the medium. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not sure whether the trap had succeeded or not. Speaking of returning safely, it was actually not that difficult. As long as he could find Yi Changqing or Wen Xingtian, or even Zhang Xiaofei, he could hide in the Tower of Annihilation and let the two of them bring the tower back. Everything would be okay. Currently, in the entire continent, there were only a few towers of annihilation that could store living things. These towers of annihilation were all in the hands of important people in the continent of astral souls. The people in the outside world who knew about this thing were very few. Ordinary people would not even think about it. As long as Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, or even any of the teachers of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy kept the Tower of Annihilation in their arms, who would dare to search the headmaster's body? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian did not think of this method at the moment. It was just that they had neglected it in their anxiety. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was afraid of death, had already thought of a way out. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that if this game was over, there should at least be someone to inform him, right? Chapter 583. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a feeling. The person who set this up should let him know the whole story. As the person directly involved, he had the right to know the ins and outs of this matter. You can't just use me, right? Leave me aside after using me? Wait for the next time? That didn't make sense. Up until now, no one had come to inform him, which meant that the matter was not over yet. Since it was not over yet, how could he go back? What if he ruined this plan? With so many reasons, of course, he would take this opportunity to dig up more spiritual herbs, get more good stuff, and at the same time, snatch more space rings. It was beneficial to others, especially him. People of the martial world had their own awareness, especially these bounty hunters. Everyone was a lone ranger. Even if they had their own small organization, the number of people in a small organization was at most a few dozen, and the smallest was usually only 2 or 3 people. They only cared about money, treasures, and missions. As for the others, they knew who they were. Now, everyone was swarming into the Starlight Mountain range. At first, they were fighting on their own, quietly searching for information about the target mission. However, after searching for a few days, there was still no news, and there was no progress. Some people started to become impatient. Or perhaps, the incident with the Centipede Queen gave them another kind of inspiration. They couldn't catch Zhuo Xiaoduo, but could they not catch others? As long as they snatched a few space rings back, there should be something to gain, right? They had traveled thousands and tens of thousands of miles. If they were to return empty-handed, wouldn't their efforts be in vain? They would even lose their manpower. It was precisely because of this mentality that the bounty hunters slowly started to have conflicts. These people were all ruthless. As long as there was a conflict, as long as there were no deaths and no blood was spilled, they would not stop. There were even a few lone bandits who had started to act wantonly and kill. There were even some Hidden Dragon High School students who formed a gang. Under the leadership of Principal Yi Changqing and head of the Martial Arts Department Wen Xingtian, they used the pretense of protecting the students and searching for them to loot and plunder without restraint. Encountering an expert, even if they were on par with each other, the Hidden Dragon martial artists would have the advantage in numbers. They could have surrounded him and won the battle. However, Yi Changqing immediately led his men to turn around and did not fight with them. As for those who weren't as strong as them, they would swarm them and beat them to the ground, snatch their spatial rings, and leave. Other than those who were extremely vicious, they would kill them in passing and let the rest go. When he encountered some people whose names he knew, they were neither good nor evil. They even performed the process of cracking the spatial rings on the spot, then sold the items inside and returned the spatial rings to the other party. This kind of intelligent operation made people gasp. They came and went like the wind. They were too fast. Yi Changqing led one team while Wen Xingtian led the other. They split into two groups. On the surface, they were plundering, but in reality, they were searching for Zhuoxiao Duo. In the entire Starlight Mountain range, there were fights, disputes, and massacres almost everywhere. Especially Wen Xingtian's team. There were two great killers, Wen Xingtian and Zhang Xiaofei, in the team. They directly left a trail of blood as they pushed forward like a bulldozer. The idea of forcibly searching was Wen Xingtian's. He was also the first to act. Now it seems that Zhuoxiao Duo isn't very dangerous. This kid is very clever. It won't be easy to catch him or even kill him. Even if his strength is low, his luck is high. Those who come to search for him will be the ones who are killed if they aren't careful. When Yi Changqing heard this, he thought of the Centipede Valley incident and couldn't help but agree. Therefore, he listened to Wen Xingtian's suggestion patiently. Our Hidden Dragon High School has been relying on the martial arts department's funds and supplies for all these years. To be honest, we're really poor. We can't even afford a piece of top-grade jade of astral souls. We don't even dare to ask for a high price. Why don't we take this opportunity to rob the rich and help the poor? Rob the rich of the bounty hunters and help the poor of our Hidden Dragon High School. We'll become rich overnight today. It had to be said that Wen Xingtian was worthy of being the director of the martial arts department of Hidden Dragon High School. He could even say something like robbing the rich and helping the poor. Moreover, he said it with conviction, look at these people. Is the wealth in their pockets easy to come by? 99% of it is ill-gotten wealth. If we take it and use it on the students, in Zhuoxiao's words, we're indirectly helping to reduce their sins. This is doing good to others, being merciful. Yi Changqing felt that this sentence made a lot of sense, even if it was a twisted logic. Then it's not impossible for us to do this. Anyway, this time, we came with the standpoint of being enemies with everyone else. Sooner or later, we'll have to fight. This part is indeed unavoidable. It's just a matter of time before we find Zhuoxiao Duo. Why don't we bring this process forward and increase our power and reduce the number of enemies? That's how it is. Boss is wise. But remember, we're not robbers. We're just venting our anger at them for chasing and killing our students. This is the crux of the matter. You need to understand. Yi Changqing said earnestly, we're teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. We're not robbers. We weren't in the past, we aren't now, and we definitely won't be in the future. We must pay close attention to this issue of reputation. When Xingtian said, Boss, to be honest, it's not easy to establish a monument to your reputation. Yi Changqing stared blankly for a moment. After thinking about it, he realized that when Xingtian was scolding him, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Scram. All right. Thus, the curtains were lifted on a crazy, righteous plan. Remember, when you're doing things, you must remember that our main mission is to find Zhuoxiao Duo and protect Zhuoxiao's safety. When Xingtian, if you delay this important matter, I'll skin you alive when we get back. That's my student. I'm more concerned about him than you are. You should worry about yourself. Don't be blinded by a little bit of money. Thus, the plundering journey of Hidden Dragon High School began. It was completely out of character. They directly plundered with bloodshot eyes. The most organized and disciplined group of people had made such a decision. In such a chaotic environment, what kind of destructive power would it produce? This was something that even Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian did not think of when they decided to do this. They were originally experts who had retired from the army. Organizational discipline and obedience were engraved in their bones. Now that they were suddenly mobilized, it was equivalent to a special force of the army. Suddenly. There was no way to say it. Zhuoxiao Duo had just stepped into the intersection area of the two kings' territories when he was stunned on the spot. Am I walking right into a trap? In this area, there were actually two groups of people who were resting in a confrontation. Yes, they were resting while confronting each other. The two groups of people, one group of 7 people, and the other group of 6 people, each occupied an area. It was like the boundary between the Chu River and the Han River, and the well water did not interfere with the river water. Zhuoxiaoduo took a closer look and realized that both sides were riddled with injuries and looked exceptionally miserable. Although they were on guard against each other, no one rushed to make the first move. Obviously, they were trying to buy time to heal their injuries, recover their vitality, and recover their qi. Both sides were on guard as they tended to their wounds and recuperated their cultivation base. It was at this extremely delicate moment that with a sudden whoosh, a little old man with white hair and a hunched figure appeared at the edge of the field. The sudden arrival of the person gave rise to a strange feeling in both groups. Zhuoxiaoduo also felt strange. Why didn't I sense such a group of people in advance? This shouldn't be. The most important thing was that Xiaolong had investigated before. Why didn't he report anything? Could it be that these people were all experts? When he thought of this, his heart immediately rose to his throat. Previously, the Centipede King's ridiculously high and unimaginable strength was deeply imprinted in Zhuoxiaoduo's heart. He really did not want to experience the feeling of helplessness in the face of a super strong person and the feeling of being toyed with by the other party's poses a second time. What's more, if they were to fight against him, there was a 99% chance that they would not play around with him, but directly kill him. How could he be lucky? Regarding this result and this reality, Xiaolong was even more confused than Zhuoxiaoduo. He had clearly seen this place a few minutes ago, and there was clearly no one here. Where did these two groups come from? At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo, who was habitually paying attention to everyone's movements and details as a bystander, intentionally or otherwise, saw one of the people who seemed to be the leader quietly put something into his space ring. Immediately, Zhuoxiaoduo clearly felt the aura of this group of people, and this strange feeling made him frown. Boss, the one with the scar on his face has something good on him. Xiaolong moved closer to Zhuoxiaoduo's ear and said, that seems to be a piece of void transformation stone. As long as you carry it with you, even if you are next to someone else, you won't be able to sense them without looking. This is probably why I didn't notice them, and why your spiritual sense did not sense them. Void transformation stone? Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes immediately lit up like a light bulb. Although he had never heard of it. Although it was the first time he had heard of it. But since Xiaolong said it was something good, then it was really something good. But these guys in front of him seemed to have a high cultivation level. Potato mingle and sneak? Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned as soon as Scar opened his mouth. This damn local accent. It seems to be a bit serious. Why can't I understand a single word? I thought it was some kind of Jianghu slang. But there were a total of 13 people, and they were all looking at him with burning eyes. Of course, the 6 people on the other side were also a little confused. This Scar seemed to be asking questions? But why can't I understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhuoxiaoduo bent his body, his white hair trembling, and his face humble. He took out a bottle of wine from his ring and said, Allah, old nine, are you angry? Scar said angrily, I'm asking you, what do you do, and where do you want to go? Old man, are you trying to play dirty with me? Zhuoxiaoduo, damn it, if you know how to talk, why don't you say it properly? Are you trying to play me? Have you seen Zhuoxiaoduo? Zhuoxiaoduo smiled and said, we can cooperate and share the fat meat that is Zhuoxiaoduo. Chapter 584. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that the threat these guys gave him was not very serious. At least, they did not give him the feeling of having his heart tightly clenched. Did that mean the situation was under control? 13 divine thoughts simultaneously searched Zhuoxiaoduo's body from top to bottom. Suddenly, Daoba saw Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes moving back and forth between his chest and the ring. He suddenly shouted and attacked. His body rushed forward and slashed at Zhuoxiaoduo's head. His left hand formed into an eagle's claw and combined with the momentum of the blade, he attacked from both sides. At the same time, he shouted, kill this bastard first, then settle the grudge between us. Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned. Was the situation outside already so chaotic? Killing without a word? Killing without mercy? Wasn't the main purpose of this trip to catch Duo? Wasn't cooperation the priority? Didn't you see how well the 76 people cooperated before? I also wanted to kill him, but before I could do anything, you attacked first? This was not logical. But it was also good. From a premeditated murder to a justifiable self-defense, he had more reason to kill. With a muffled sound, a hammer appeared out of thin air and fiercely smashed on the attacking broadsword. The broadsword was completely unable to resist and was sent flying. Scar's other claw was still the same as before. Without any tricks, he grabbed the surface of the hammer with irresistible force. Suddenly, his 5 fingers were broken and dripping with blood. There was no other way. The hammer was too big, and the opponent's momentum was too strong and too fast. There was no way to turn around. With the sudden appearance of the hammer, Scar could not even see Xiaoduo's entire body. At the right time, Xiaoduo held 2 training hammers in his hands. This hammer smashed the saber away and crippled one of his arms, while the other hammer smashed into Daoba's chest like it was capable of destroying mountains and breaking mountains. He cursed, "Fuck, with such shallow strength, you dare to act all high and mighty in front of me? Why don't you ascend to the heavens with your slanderous words and your preaching?" With just one hammer, he had already smashed Scarface's sternum into powder. The dragon blood-flying dagger flew out as he wished. With a slash of his will, he had already cut off Scarface's finger and snatched the spatial ring. There was a void transformation stone in this ring, so it must not be smashed. The key was to get it as soon as possible. Scar flew back. His eyes were filled with despair and shock. As he flew backward, his eyes were finally filled with darkness. "My surname is Ren, and my name is Renzhonglong. Since I was young, I believed that I was a dragon among men. That's because when I was born with a scar on the left side of my face. This was a mark left behind by the heavens. The heavens were afraid of losing me, the main character of this world, so they purposely left me a scar. Although the real reason was that on the day I was born, my mother couldn't open up her seams, so she had no choice but to perform a C-section. However, during the operation, a huge meteorite suddenly fell and the entire hospital shook. At that time, I was still in my mother's stomach, so the doctor's scalpel stabbed into my delicate little face, but this was the will of the heavens. Why did such a huge rock only fall when I was born? Moreover, that rock just so happened to be unscathed, and I was the only one who got stabbed in my mother's stomach because of the vibration. This was the will of the heavens. Because I was the main character. When I grew up and became more sensible, I was even more convinced that I was the main character. Because the huge rock that caused the entire city to shake had fallen in my house. It smashed through the protective shield, which was very strange. And it just so happened to fall in my house, which was even more strange. Although that rock had caused our family to go bankrupt, although that rock had been studied by many people and was useless, my father had found many people to help him move it to the side of the courtyard. It became a fake mountain. But ever since I became more sensible, I knew that this rock was definitely not simple. Otherwise, how could there be so many coincidences? Especially when I went to school, learned how to read, and started to read online novels. After reading a book by an especially handsome author, Wind Conquers the World, I was even more certain that I was the main character. The main character of that book was cultivating in his mother's womb, and I was the same. I got stabbed in my mother's womb. His name was Ling Tian, and my name was Renzhonglong. My surname was Ren, and I was of the middle class. My father was uncultured, not a martial artist, and had no aptitude. But he gave me this name. This was also the will of the heavens. It must be. So, I was the main character. Since I was the main character, I must have a cheat. But where was my cheat? After I awakened the astral souls and could cultivate, I was even more certain that I was the main character. Because my family was very poor, and my aptitude was very poor. Was there anyone more obvious than me as the main character? This was obviously the story of a loser turning the tables and marrying a Miss Perfect. But my cheat hadn't arrived yet. However, perhaps the heavens have already sent me my golden finger. Yes, it's that stone. It was too coincidental. On the day I was born, it fell in my house's courtyard. Our middle-class family was smashed into pieces, my father was unable to recover from the setback, and my childhood became difficult. This was the treatment of a main character. God was about to give me a great responsibility. So, I started to study this rock. I borrowed a lot of tools and started to decompose this rock. Before this, many people had studied it. It was a useless rock, but I felt that it was useful. In order to decompose this rock, I spent 2 whole years and used up all the tools. Because decomposing this rock required strength, my cultivation was actually faster than usual. This must be the training that my cheat gave me. Piece by piece, I ground off this huge rock and threw it away. Finally, on that day, I felt the softness of the rock. Yes, can you believe the softness of a rock? I believe. Because I saw it. After I used all kinds of methods to break this rock for 2 years, this rock became only the size of a basketball. Moreover, when I touched it with my hands, it felt very delicate, like the texture of a beautiful jade. I started to grind it in and it became very soft. Very easily, it opened. And like a watermelon, I broke it open. At that moment, I didn't even see what was inside, but I was very sure that my cheat had arrived. My path to becoming the main character had finally begun. My path of a loser turning the tables had finally begun. I was about to start acting cool, smacking faces, and roaming the world, but sure enough, there was a rock inside. When I touched this rock, my heart immediately calmed down. The cheat had been properly received. I was indeed the main character. Then I started to study this rock. Then I realized that this rock, no, it should be my cheat. It didn't seem to be very useful, it only perfectly concealed my aura. During class, I was clearly in the classroom, but as long as I didn't speak, all the teachers and students wouldn't notice my existence. They would even forget about me. So I put the stone away. I already knew what it could be used for. Concealment. Although I didn't know what level of concealment it could reach, with it, I could have anything. My family was poor. From the time I got this rock, I started to try. I first stole money from the neighbors, followed them home, and then watched them put the money away. Then I made a move and took it away. No one noticed. Then I stole from many people. No one ever noticed me. Then I went to the supermarket, to the store, whatever I liked, I took it and left. No one noticed me. Then I started to go to the pharmacy, the pill pharmacy, the cultivation goods store, whatever I liked, I took it and left. No one noticed me. My cultivation started to increase rapidly. This was normal, I was the main character. I was Ren Zhonglong, a dragon among men. Then I went to the Astral Souls Jade store, to the bank. Everywhere I went, there was no obstruction. No one noticed me. I was that awesome. When I was 18, I broke through to the innate realm. My cultivation speed wasn't very fast, but it caught up with the speed of the majority. When I was 22, I reached the embryonic breathing realm, then I started to do missions. I realized that I had this characteristic. I should be an assassin. I was successful in every endeavor. I completed many missions that others couldn't. When I was in the embryonic breathing realm, I could assassinate a primordial elixir realm practitioner and one at the peak of the primordial elixir realm. There were no accidents at all. I just walked behind him and slashed his neck. If I couldn't kill him, I would keep my knife and stand aside. He wouldn't notice me. When the time was right, I would slash again. When I was 28, I was already a primordial elixir grandmaster. I married our campus belle, but I was very disappointed. I had a crush on her for so many years, but after we went to bed, I realized that she was no different from other women. Same feeling. Dull and tasteless. So, I kept many young ladies outside. Those young ladies with average qualifications but pretty looks wouldn't go far in the martial arts path, but they were fun to play with. I had plenty of money. I had plenty of resources. When I was alive, I was more carefree than anyone else. Or it should be said that no one in this world was more carefree than me. When I entered the infant transformation realm, my reputation was already very famous. When I was at the peak of the primordial elixir realm, I could already assassinate Huayan. None of the missions that I received couldn't be completed. Coming and going without a trace, I was called the Ghost Killer by the people of the Jianghu. They all said that I was really a genius of my generation. Killing people beyond my level was so easy. I silently watched them discuss, disdainful. Stupid mortals, how could you know what kind of heaven-defying equipment the main character had that you didn't understand? I was standing right beside you, and you couldn't even notice me. After completing a few missions that others couldn't complete, I became the ace assassin of the underground world. I was the first in history to become an ace assassin in the beginning stage of the infant transformation realm. Before me, there had never been such a thing. I was a genius. This was without a doubt. I was the main character. This was also without a doubt. As long as I walked step by step, sooner or later, I would stand at the peak of the world. Whenever they discussed the left and right heavenly kings, I just looked at them calmly. Because I knew that my future would be more brilliant than the left and right heavenly kings. Because I was the main character. This was the template of a main character. Finally, on this day, I saw a bounty. Chapter 585. This bounty was very strange. A bounty for a little thing in the embryonic breathing realm called Zhuoduo. This name was really rustic. However, this bounty was exceptionally generous. At that moment, I was certain that this brat would not be easy to kill. With such a low cultivation, it was very unusual for such a high bounty to be offered. However, all of these rewards were basically set up for me. These spiritual medicine, these panacea, these treasures of heaven and earth, these resources for practice, were all things that I urgently needed. This was the will of heaven. The will of heaven had issued such a bounty. Then, it happened to be something that I needed. What else was there to say? This was a benefit that heaven had tailor-made for the main character. Hence, this mission, no matter how many people came, would definitely be mine. That's like it. After coming here, I brought a few of my underlings and entered quietly. No one paid attention to us. Even when we walked outside the Demon King's territory, the Demon King did not notice us. We can rest anywhere we want. Once I saw Zhuoduo, I would be able to recognize him. Once I killed him, everything would be over. I finally saw him. The one who fought with me was definitely Zhuoduo. This was because I felt the blazing aura of the flaming sun scripture. However, only now did I know that I was not the main character. This treacherous brat was the main character. Almost immediately, he noticed the stone on my chest. I panicked. I just wanted to kill him. However, he defeated me easily and smashed my chest with a hammer. Then he snatched the ring. He was so familiar with it. That stone was in the ring. I understood now. It turned out that I was not the main character, but he was. As for me, after so many years, I was actually a delivery boy for the main character. My ring was filled with my understanding of the stone. It turned out that it was for him. How ironic. After so many years of being the main character, I was actually a delivery boy. I was dead. The famous ghost killer. I died just like that. Perhaps they were also curious. With such a low cultivation, how could a person who died so easily complete so many missions that others could not complete? When Zhuoduo took this stone and stabbed it into their chests, perhaps they would remember me. Because that's my style. Sigh, I don't want to die. Zhuoduo was about to start his killing spree when he saw that the remaining 12 people on the other side were all pale. Surprisingly, no one took the initiative to help him. He couldn't help but feel strange. What was going on? If the other group didn't help, it might be excusable. But why didn't the group with Daoba make a move? I killed your leader. Make a move. Only when you make a move can I continue to defend myself and show my positive energy. What he didn't know was that the guy he killed was called Ren Zhonglong. Although his cultivation was only at the nascent soul stage, he was a well-known ruthless character in the underground world. Many people with higher cultivation than him had been successfully assassinated by him. His nickname, Ghost Killer, was very popular and famous. The reason why he was so famous was that he could perfectly conceal himself. Even if he was only 1 meter away from his target, the target would not be able to discover him. That was why he was able to succeed time and time again. Even if it was not enough, he would be able to escape unscathed. As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. This famous ghost killer, Ren Zhonglong, was a ruthless character who made all of them wary in their hearts. However, he was killed by this white-haired, stooped old man with a single strike of his hammer in a single exchange. This was simply the sky falling down. Go forward and fight? Boss Ren was killed. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for us to go forward? You provoked me first. If I don't give you a light punishment, wouldn't it seem that I'm easy to bully? I won't go too far. Hand over all your space rings and I'll spare your lives. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a menacing light. The sledgehammer in his hand was swinging back and forth. The gray-haired old man who looked kind and honest and timid just now had turned into a killing god at this moment. His ferocity was monstrous. He kept saying that he wanted everyone's belongings and said that it was a light punishment. Didn't he know that taking people's belongings was like killing their parents? This mountain is mine, Zhuo Xiaoduo said. The 12 of them did not hesitate at all as they quickly took off their rings and tossed them over. Compared to their belongings, their lives were more important. It was already a blessing to be able to save their lives from this killing god in front of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo took all 12 space rings in his hand. He snorted and passed through the crowd with his sledgehammer. In a flash, he disappeared into the dense grass. The 12 people looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It was too dangerous. The ghost killer was killed in a single strike, let alone them. Their backs were full of cold sweat. What should we do? One of them looked pale. What should we do? Let's retreat quickly. Let's go back. A middle-aged man was silent for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "This matter is not something we can get involved in with our level of cultivation. Not to mention that we won't get anything, we'll even lose our life savings. It's good enough that we can keep our lives. Let's retreat." From then on, there were 12 less disheartened people in the Jianghu, 248 space rings. Ha! I'm rich. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked in with the newly acquired space ring. He couldn't wait to forcefully crack the ghost killer's space ring and roast it on the heart of the sun. Xiao Long helped to absorb some of the power of Providence to speed up the cracking process. After a while, the space ring that originally belonged to the ghost killer was forcefully opened. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately took the space ring and put it in his pocket. In an instant, all the aura in his body disappeared without a trace. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that after he put on the space ring, he seemed to be separated from others by a tight barrier. It was an extremely strange feeling that it was as if he could detect others, but they couldn't detect him. He was clearly here, but they couldn't sense him. Unless he wanted them to see him, or if they saw him directly with their eyes, they wouldn't be able to detect his presence and position. What a treasure! What a treasure! Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely excited. This is a heaven-defying item. It's the best treasure for traveling and scheming. The space ring couldn't increase one's cultivation level, nor could it enhance one's body. However, it could perfectly hide one's qi. It was an absolutely heaven-defying function. In order to be safe, Zhuo Xiaoxiao experimented many times. One time, he was right next to a certain someone, and his killing intent was so strong that it could kill the heavens. However, the person he targeted didn't feel anything. It was only when he stabbed his sword into the back of the person's heart that he felt pain and danger. He felt that he was about to die. But what use was that? He directly breathed his last, his body and Tao vanishing. 8 space rings were added to Zhuo Xiaoduo's space ring. Now, 256 space rings. Fiddling with the space ring, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. This thing is really a must-have for an assassin. At this moment, the first person that Zhuo Xiaoduo thought of was Yu Moyan. This guy was now on the path of becoming an assassin. He was leaving dust in his wake, never to return. If this guy could really achieve something when the time came, He could sell it to him at a discount. It wouldn't be too much to ask for his entire fortune for such a treasure. He had to make this bastard work for him for 100 years before he could use the treasure. That was the only way, that cold-faced monster. That just as Xiao Duo was thinking of Yu Moyan was about to leave the Guangdong region. All the teachers in the high martial arts school came out to chase him. They chased him for thousands of miles before they caught up with him at the border between the Central Plains and the Guangdong region. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't any forests around and it was just a plain, they wouldn't have been able to catch his tail and stop him. Zhua is wanted by the underworld. I have to go and take a look. Yu Moyan only left this note at the school before he left. When Luo Yenling heard about this, she was scared out of her wits. Zhua are awesome. You can attract so many people to kill him. However, you can't, child. How many days have you been practicing? Xiao, who is only in the embryonic breathing realm, actually wants to get involved in such a big matter. Luo Yenling hurriedly stopped this guy. She was gasping for breath, and she was so tired that she was half dead. Yu Moyan, who was in front of her, still had a cold face. His gaze was stiff and indifferent. Come back with me. Yu Moyan didn't say a word, but he held the sword in his hand even tighter. What's the use of you going? Luo Yenling was tired. With your current cultivation, other than causing trouble for your boss, what else can you do? You're not even qualified to be a scapegoat. This is the reality, the indisputable reality. Yu Moyan's gaze wavered, but he still didn't say a word. Think about it. What kind of person is your boss? Luo Yenling tried to persuade him. Maybe he doesn't need to die. If you go, you'll implicate him and cause him to die. Don't blame me for saying this. The reality now is that your current cultivation is too low. So low that you won't be able to withstand a single blow. You're insignificant. Yu Moyan didn't say a word. He held his sword and went to the highest hill nearby. He just stared at the west for a long time, not moving for a long time. Go back, child. Luo Yenling was heartbroken, touched and tired. Even if you really go, you won't be of any help. You'll only cause trouble. In the night breeze, Yu Moyan stood quietly for half the night. After a long time, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. With a face full of loneliness, he said, Teacher Luo, is there any way to increase my cultivation in the fastest and most efficient way without damaging my foundation? Luo Yenling was stunned. Yu Moyan looked to the far west. His gaze was focused. He said softly, I heard that there's a way called the 18 Plates of Hell? Chapter 586. Luo Yenling's face turned pale. The 18 discs of hell, although it is very useful for cultivation, but in the bones, you have to be in the most painful state of compression every day, every moment, every time. You have to compress your vital energy, you have to be on the thorny path at all times. And once you start, you have to continue for at least 18 months. You can't stop. Once you stop halfway, not only will all your previous efforts be wasted, you will also lose your foundation due to the backlash of your vital energy. Using such an extreme method to cultivate is too risky. Luo Yenling gently advised, Mo Yen, strength is never gained in a day. More haste, less speed. Yu Mo Yen was silent for a while, lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand. This was given to me by Zhua. In his arms, on his chest, the jade gave off a slight chill. That was given to him by the old principal. Yu Mo Yen sighed softly, saying, Teacher, please arrange it for me. I want to use the 18 discs of hell as my future cultivation mode. Luo Yenling was stunned. She could hear the determination in Yu Mo Yan's voice. But this inhuman path, can he really walk it? Yu Mo Yen looked towards the far west. His gaze seemed to pierce through the mountains and clouds. He murmured, My brother is in danger. I can't go. I want to, but I can't do anything. But I hope this is the last time. If there is a next time, I will definitely go there, side by side against the enemy. Teacher, please arrange the 18 discs of hell for me, please. Yu Mo Yen was silent, bowing deeply. In the night wind, Luo Yenling looked at the student in front of her with eyes full of sadness. There was never a moment when she felt that this child had grown up. On the way back, Mo Yen, you can first post in the underground world, show your support for boss. Luo Yenling said. It's no use. I won't post. I can't go, even if I post 10,000 posts, I won't go. Mo Yen said. But your boss will still see it, he knows your feelings, I believe it will be a consolation to him. I won't post. He knows my feelings, so what? I'm still a trash that can't go, or dare not go. Mo Yen walked forward. On the way back to school. The 18 discs of hell. I want to go, I must go all the way. Next time, I will go even if I die. Beijing. Martial arts in the clouds. Zhou Yunqing carried his sword, and found Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. However, he saw that the two of them were already exhausted from exchanging pointers with each other. Zuoxiao Duo is being hunted down. Do you know that? Zhou Yunqing's gaze was sharp. Long Yuxing frowned. Zhou Yunqing, what do you want? Zhou Yunqing said faintly, the old principal issued an order to summon all the graduates from Shui City No. 1 Middle School. Anyone who has time and can spare time is to rush to the Starlight Mountains. We must rescue Zuoxiao Duo. The old principal ordered that if Zuoxiao Duo is still alive, we must save him. If Zuoxiao Duo died, all the graduates of Shui City No. 1 Middle School would take revenge even if they had to fight to the last person. No matter who the opponent is. Those who disobey will not recognize the identity of Shui City No. 1 Middle School. Zhou Yunqing replied, that's why I'm going. Long Yuxing's gaze became serious, and his eyes flashed with deep gratification and happiness. However, he said solemnly, if you don't go, we won't go either. Because if we go, not only will we not be able to help. Instead, we will become a burden. Long Yuxing said, Li Chenglong sent a message as soon as he confirmed the situation, warning us not to act rashly. With our current shallow strength, we are not qualified to participate in this battle. Instead of adding to the chaos to show loyalty, it is better to seize the time to train ourselves. Go to the battle, at least have the qualifications to fight. Long Yuxing smiled bitterly. Do you think we don't want to go? Xiao Er and I had already left the capital, but we were scolded back by Li Chenglong. The entire Hidden Dragon High School is there. Wan Lixiu said, with our current strength, we can't help at all. But the least we can do is to not cause trouble. If those bounty hunters use us as a threat to force Boss Sua to show himself, that would be the most tragic situation. She showed the Hell King Palace's bounty page on her mobile phone. The bounty has not been completed. Zua is still working hard. Hidden Dragon High School is also working hard. We can't add to the chaos, and you can't go either. You're not qualified. If you go, you'll only drag my boss down. Zhou Yunqing held the hilt of his sword tightly and took a deep breath. I hope the two of you are not afraid of death, otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. Long Yuxing said indifferently, our relationship with Sua is not comparable to yours. Whether we are hypocritical or not, it is not up to you to judge. Zhou Yunqing snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu looked at each other and refreshed the page again. This was the most common thing they did when they were practicing. Their eyes were filled with extreme impatience. Some things were easy to persuade others. However, it was difficult to persuade oneself. It will be fine. Wan Lixiu's eyes were red. If Sua dies this time and we don't go to help. Long Yuxing took a deep breath. Then I will never forgive myself. Then continue to work hard, fight with your life. Wan Lixiu said fiercely, if you want to fight side by side, you can only talk if you are not strong enough. If you want to be loyal, then we must first be qualified to be loyal. Practice. Outside Shangjing City. In the mountain forest. A white line rushed to the south like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, the sky was covered with ice fog and the ground was covered with frost. A graceful figure, expressionless, was riding on a sword. The movement skill she used was the Tianyuan escape skill that Zhuo Changlu had taught her. Zhuo Xiaoyan. Her face was expressionless as she moved in a straight line. Her speed had reached her limit, or even exceeded it. It had only been an hour since she received the news, but she was already 2,000 miles away from Shangjing. She was doing a mission outside and did not know about the Hell King Palace's bounty. But her father, Zhuo Changlu, sent her a message: "Don't worry, don't go." Zhuo Xiaoyan thought this message was a little confusing. Little did she know that Zhuo Changlu thought that Zhuo Xiaoyan already knew about it, so he sent a message to dissuade her. She wanted to call him, but the phone did not go through at that time. Zhuo Xiaoyan was on a mission and her phone was left in the ring. When Zhuo Xiaoyan saw the news, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He couldn't wait to check it out. Similarly, when he saw the news about Zhuo Xiaoduo's bounty, he immediately flew up and rushed out of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Riding on his sword, he activated the Heavenly Origin escape technique and sped away at full speed. She did not give any explanation to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. She did not send any messages, because these were not important to Zhuo Xiaoyan. Snow and ice filled the sky, wind and thunder rumbled. The peerless beauty rode on her sword and soared into the sky. In her right hand, she held a top-grade jade of astral souls that she had been reluctant to use. She kept absorbing spiritual energy while flying at full speed. "Dog, I'm here to save you." Thunder and lightning exploded in the sky. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Zhuo Xiaoyan turned a deaf ear and continued to speed forward. Boom! A burly figure flew through the air and directly stopped in front of Zhuo Xiaoyan, blocking her path. The person was tall and strong, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was at least 2 meters tall, and his face was dignified, showing the aura of a superior. It was Uncle Nan, whom she had not seen in a long time. "Uncle Nan? Why are you here?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was surprised. She still did not know that this Uncle Nan was the famous southern chief of the Astral Souls mainland. She found it strange that Uncle Nan would suddenly appear here at this time. However, this was great news for her. She knew very well that this Uncle Nan was not an ordinary person. He might be a great help to save Xiao Duo. At this moment, nothing was more important than saving Xiao Duo. It did not even matter if she did it herself. Only Zhuo Xiaoduo's life was important. "It's me." Southern Chief smiled warmly, but there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He received the news as soon as Zhuo Xiaoyan left. He immediately set out to chase after her. However, with his cultivation, he chased after her for 2,500 miles. When he caught up, he found that Zhuo Xiaoyan was using the Tianyuan escape method and extravagantly used the top-grade jade of astral souls to replenish her energy. However, this girl's rapid progress was still far beyond his expectations. "Uncle Nan, why are you here?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was burning with anxiety. "Can you please come with me to save Xiao Duo?" "I'm sorry, I can't go with you." Uncle Nan said, "I'm going to stop you. Don't go either." Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Uncle Nan suspiciously. Her right hand was already on the hilt of the cat spirit sword. Southern Chief did not know whether to laugh or cry. This girl actually wants to attack me? Xiao Duo is fine. It's very safe. Uncle Nan advised earnestly, "The truth of this matter is that I used Xiao Duo to set up a trap to lure some people. If you go, you'll ruin things and even put Xiao Duo in danger." "A trap? Why should I believe you?" Zhuo Xiaoyan shook her head. Her attitude towards Uncle Nan suddenly changed. Uncle Nan waved his hand and landed directly with Zhuo Xiaoyan. Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to resist, but she found that she could not. The opponent's strength was beyond her understanding. It was at an unimaginable level. After landing on the ground, Uncle Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I finally caught up and intercepted them. Otherwise, I would have been dead. I trapped their son, and if I sent their daughter over..." Whenever Uncle Nan thought about the consequences, his heart would palpitate and he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. "It's just that I still don't know how I'm going to end up, or what kind of ending I'll end up with." "You don't believe me, right? It's easy. Believe me, it's really easy. I have a witness that you'll definitely believe." Minister Nan took out his phone and dialed a number. Izwa, how are you? How are you? The voice on the phone was indifferent and emotionless. It was as cold as ice. You're here to report the death? Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.